Good morning, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. Good to see you all here bright and early at 8 a.m. this morning. Are we going live? Are we live recording? We are live and recording. Today is July 11th, the second day of our first interim committee meeting for our interim work. With that, we have first up, we have a call to order on the agenda. Do we want to do roll call? We'll do roll call again.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senator Anderson. Here. Senator Guru. Here. Senator Kinski.
Excused.
Senator Salazar. Here. Representative Henderson. Here. Representative Larson. Here. Representative Sherwood. Here. Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Representative Zwanenser.
Here.
Co-Chairman Nicholas. Chairman Nethercott.
Here.
Madam Chairman, you have a quorum.
Well, wonderful. Good work yesterday, committee. We have a big schedule ahead of us today. As Don indicated to us yesterday, we have 9 topics to go through today, so we will try to be on time and under budget as the Joint Appropriations Committee is. And so with that, we will start 4 minutes early because the Department of Family Services is here on time and under budget, as always, to share with us on eligibility, payment, information, computer systems, EPICS. It's going to be an epic morning starting for us at 8:01. So welcome, Director Schmidt. Please come forward and bring your team. Representative Larson. Yes, I will. Yeah, absolutely.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Corin Schmidt. I'm the Director of the Wyoming Department of Family Services. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk to you about 2 major IT projects we have going on. And yes, they are on time and on budget. I wanted to just give you a little bit of overview of the agency's approach to IT. The agency traditionally has not been much interested or invested a lot of time or energy or money into IT. However, what we know is that internet or IT is really a basic need. It's a business operational requirement. So over the last few years, we've built out an IT strategic plan, which involves modernization of many of our internal systems. And as part of that, then we've been working closely with divisions within our agency, with partners external to our agency, to really maximize what is really going to be for us probably a once in a career opportunity. So today you're going to hear from both Lindsay Schilling and Christy Gordy. They are senior administrators of divisions that really do the lion's share of the work for the agency. It includes our social services side, which is child welfare, adult protective services, juvenile justice, and then our eligibility side, which is the eligibility for child care assistance, SNAP, and TANF. So because I know you have a long agenda and a lot of topics, I'm going to turn it over immediately to them and they can give you some of the highlights of the systems. So I'll start with Christy.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. As Corin said, Christy Gordy, Senior Administrator of the Economic Security Division, and I know you have a brief and that hopefully you have read it, so I don't want to reiterate everything that's in there, but just high level really quickly on our eligibility system. It is a mainframe-based system, and so it is 40 plus years old, which in technology is very old. And so we are excited that we are in phase 1 of our modernization project, which is to move off of the mainframe. Essentially, we're moving our house to a new foundation, a more stable foundation, secure foundation, and a foundation in which we then have the ability to do some more upgrading and remodeling once we are there. So we are on time and on budget.
So just take us back, and you're talking about the EPICS?
Madam Chairman, Representative Larson, yes.
And so just take us back, because we funded that a few years ago, and remind us how much we funded and then what the federal funding was, because I think at the time we funded that, we were kind of in a pinch, but we were at risk of losing some federal dollars. And so have we captured those, and then move us and help us understand how far along we are?
Madam Chairman, Representative Larson, correct. It has been quite a few years since we received this funding. At the time that we received the funding, which is $9.3 million in state general fund, there was when former Director Forsland was overseeing both DFS and Department of Health is when that money came to us. We were attempting to utilize the 90-10 Medicaid funding. However, we were unable to do that, which is why we moved into the direction we have now, which is a little bit different than what Lindsay has done with her system. Two-phased approach, which was to get off the mainframe, which was our biggest issue because it's legacy. And so because we had limited funding, we do have 50-50. So we receive that from our FNS, our Food and Nutrition Services, which is SNAP. And then we're utilizing dollars out of our childcare block grant as well as our TANF block grant for the federal portion of that. Does that answer your question? You're welcome. And so just again, back to that, we will go live moving off the mainframe in September. We just finished our user acceptance testing, which went well. And so now we're just in the process of our final moves over to, we'll be moving into the cloud. And so we'll be living in AWS. And then the phase 2 of this modernization project will kick off next year. We hope to release that RFP in January of 2024. I will also want to point out, and it was briefly at the end of the document that you have, but we're very excited about it and actually think it's going to benefit us in a very big way, is we're underway at the same time as we're moving off the mainframe. We are embarking upon business process redesign, or also known as business process optimization. So essentially what we're doing there is we're working with a company who has come in. They've done the eligibility work, they've been on the ground. And so it's really field led. So it's been done within our field. And they've done an amazing job having some opportunity to be really innovative and looking really at our processes. And this is not just for technology, but what this will do is as we move to phase 2, it really will drive the technology that we're seeking in that phase 2 RFP as we modernize, so that we build our technology and our systems around what we want our processes and policies to be. And it's really given us some eye-opening things. Our field does an amazing job getting benefits to families. They meet their timelines. They're number 3 in the nation with regards to error rate, which means they do an incredible job working these cases, but our processes could be better. And so we've identified a lot of really great ways through IT to do better, but also just our processes in general within our offices. And so that's underway right now as well. So we're very excited about that and what that's going to help us do once we get to our next step of modernization. And there's any other questions? Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Lindsay Schilling.
Questions from the committee? Representative Henderson.
When will the process review be completed? The last part you were talking about.
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, we started that in October of last year. We have done our first phase of implementation of those process changes beginning last month, and we will be fully implemented with those process and policy changes September 4th.
All right, any further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, Ms. Schilling.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Lindsay Schilling. I'm the Division Administrator for the Social Services Division at DFS. As just a quick reminder, our child welfare system, also called WyoSafe throughout your document, is our case management system in the child welfare space, adult protective services, juvenile justice. So that system is our case management system, also our data repository that we use for data reporting, also processes our claims and payments to all of our foster homes, adoption, guardianship, direct service providers. So it's a little bit broader than just case management.
And so Lindsay, this replaces Whitecaps?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. So just to quickly recap, this project started with planning in 2016. Through a number of years, feasibility studies was funded last session. And we kicked off the project with an executed contract July 1st of last year, targeting a July 1, 2024 implementation date. I'm really excited to be here to report that right now we are the only CCWIS or WyoSafe project in the country currently on schedule for implementation as originally planned. Also coming in right now looking under budget. So very excited. I did want to just highlight a couple of neat project highlights that we've come to recognize. The first one really focused on staff training. We've been able to focus on staff training, and with implementation of our new system, we'll also be able to implement a new staff training plan and platform. So we intend to leverage the work done by A&I with the new learning management system and really create a comprehensive caseworker training program as part of this project as well, with no additional funding. So we're going to leverage what we have. We will also have a consolidated data repository. So there's been a lot of conversation about reporting and analytics out of DFS, both within the division, but across the agency. The data warehouse that we've brought in through our WyoSafe project will eventually serve as the central data repository for all of DFS. So we will be able to leverage and consolidate program data across the agency, even just outside of our division. So we'll be able to look at program outcomes and utilization and costs across the agency instead of in each individual division.
On that note, one of the challenges I believe we had in Fremont County is the tribes whom we have a contract with were not always able to access YCAP. It was so. Does this eliminate that gap in the system? Will they be able to? How will that work when you have a contractual, agreement with like the tribes?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Larson. So we've actually had representatives from both tribal programs involved in the project and assisting with the design and configuration. They will have absolute 100% web-based access to the system, to all reporting, and they've been good partners in the project.
Thank you.
I also wanted to just highlight that through the inclusion of our ETS direct bill team and a shout out to Josh Soph as our development manager, we've also been able to leverage existing agency environments outside of our division, but agency-wide to consolidate and streamline purchase and management of software licenses. So we've been able to take advantage of bulk discounts and economies of scale to reduce our anticipated maintenance and operations after implementation. So we're tracking under budget with that as well. Our third highlight altogether, division staff have participated or completed 24 discovery sessions, 600 individual user stories, and then design and configuration. To date, we've only reviewed and approved 12 system change requests. So I know a lot of times in large IT projects, there's kind of this concern about change orders once you get into configuration. We've been able to develop a project management strategy to minimize those. We've only had one that has resulted in any additional cost to the project, and that came right out of the set aside that we had already included as part of our contract budget with Accenture. So tracking under budget on change orders as well. I just also wanted to highlight, we've garnered some national attention for project successes so far, and we'll be participating in sessions at the upcoming Technology Solutions Management Conference in September, alongside of our federal CCWIS analysts, to talk about our project management governance approach, successes and lessons learned to date. At the end of March, we were also invited to participate in the national podcast recorded and published by Public Knowledge. That podcast was titled Igniting Impact, and really focused on the partnerships we've been able to create through our project and how those relationships will lead to better outcomes for our Wyoming families. And then I have a footnote really quick. All of that being said, we also recognize the delicate nature of IT projects of this magnitude and how quickly things can change. We've focused heavily on building and maintaining strong project governance, inclusive of division leadership, agency leadership, business operations, IT, and vendor representatives. This project is not without risks, but our goal is to continue focusing on those, allocate resources accordingly, and mitigate potential impacts through implementation. So I hope to be here a year from now telling you all about fantastic implementation of our new case management system.
Questions for Ms. Schilling?
Ms. Co-Chair, just tell us how much the ongoing operating costs for the systems are.
Madam Chairman, Representative Nicholas, so we had projected those to be $2 million a year, $1 million general fund, $1 million federal funds. We're fully confident that it will be that or less on an ongoing basis, just based on the advantages of software licensing across the agency.
Joint Appropriations Committee, how about a quick little round of applause for the Department of Family Services, who did not come asking for money and is on time and under budget. Thanks for your hard work. Representative Henderson, question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, you have an estimate ballpark figure of how many people, how many children, for example, are beneficiaries of our processes?
How many children in state's custody or served at the potential of it? Ms. Schilling, do you know?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, about 2,200 youth. We also do a lot of voluntary casework and families across the state. And that was just in our division. Christy has a whole list of other programs and beneficiaries that will.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Gordon?
Madam Chairman, Representative Henderson, on the eligibility side, at any point in time, we typically have about 13,000 households that receive our SNAP benefits, and then around 400 to 500 households that receive our TANF, which is cash assistance. And then I believe it's probably around 3,000 children receiving childcare benefits each month. So.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, and thank you. A lot of times in the private sector, when you spend a lot of money on IT, the metric that you measure it by is how many employees did you replace? I know in our world in government, sometimes it's a different metric we use. In here, it's about deliverables. As you guys get ready to come, as you all get ready to come to talk to us about budgets in the fall, can you, don't have to answer this now, but just talk about deliverables, talk about time and speed of delivery of services, what this means, what these systems mean towards that goal. So when we're out there talking to our folks, you know, and let them know what the success story is, that we can kind of point to those deliverables. If you would, please, that would be helpful.
How can we tell our constituents this is a good use of money, Director?
So Lindsay, I'm just curious because from the department's previous testimonies, as we was contemplating this appropriation, we heard from you that compliance from other states was this was a federal push that we needed to update the systems. Now you're reporting to us that fortunately your department has been able to stay on track, be under budget, and do these things where, if I heard you correctly, we're the only state to do so. Can you help us understand, maybe just brief, why is that, and what are the other states running into that you've been able to avoid?
Let's start with Senator Guru's question and then flip to Representative Larson's question.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Guru, yes, we can be ready for our budget hearings to talk about what the deliverables are, the cost effectiveness of these systems, and then how we'll be applying that toward our larger services. But just a little bit of a teaser, while it makes us more efficient in some ways, it really does free up opportunity to do our jobs in a way that's more preventive oriented. So instead of spending a lot of time entering data into archaic systems that are very difficult to pull data out of and do analytics. And in fact, I think the improvements and the efficiencies we'll see from these particular systems and others as they come on is really about understanding more about our families, more about our services, and then being able to do better interventions and targeted interventions to solve some of those problems. Right now, we spend a lot of time in our administrative sphere. We'd like to spend more time in our direct service sphere. And then to the point then, Representative Larson, I'll let Lindsay answer the questions about the federal requirements.
Madam Chairman, Representative Larson. Yeah, so one of the major risks with not moving forward with the system replacement was the potential loss of all of our federal 4E funding at some point, which right now is about $10 million a biennium. So it was fairly significant. The CCWIS, and it's the Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System. That's the federal acronym. The CCWIS projects are relatively new. It was a new rule that just came out 2 or 3 years ago. So states have been sort of identifying best ways of moving forward to achieve compliance. From a federal level in Health and Human Services, they're promoting and encouraging modularity, configuration, and avoiding custom builds to find those efficiencies in projects and moving through. We, part of our procurement strategy was to partner with a vendor that focused specifically on modularity and configuration. We are not custom building anything. We're simply designing a system that already existed. So I think that's part of our success was in how we approached sort of creating the system. I think the partnerships and the project governance has been a large part of that. It's been incredibly successful being sure that we had buy-in from our staff. And the system is actually being designed by our caseworkers, by our supervisors, by our district managers who will be the end users. So it's prevented a lot of rework and a lot of build out of functionality that didn't meet business need. We figured by including them from the very beginning and having them tell us what they needed out of the system, it would save time. So I think those are all, it's our approach to the project management and oversight and our approach to the type of system that we're bringing in and configuring that have led to success. We've had meetings with Hawaii, Louisiana, Florida. So we are now sort of a main point of contact for other states who are earlier on in their CCWIS projects. And so I hope that the things that we've learned and the opportunities that we've found along the way in designing our system can also benefit other states' projects as well.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
Madam Chairman,
Representative Smith.
a question about the role of ETS, Enterprise Technology Services, in this development. How would you describe that? So far, what I've heard is your Department of Family Services working with Deloitte. How was ETS integrated into that process?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Stiff, thank you for asking that because we wanted to mention this at some time. Our partnerships with various parts of ETS have been wonderful, and working with them at various levels, we have a direct service team that we work very closely with. They are the brains behind all of our systems. They are the ones that understand the code. They are the ones that understand how to build out our newer systems to be able to do what they should do in a new environment. So our direct bill team, who Lindsay mentioned, led by Josh Soph, has been great, but across other parts of ETS too, the network folks. And so you can imagine as we're trying to move data and configurations, how that then connects to the network itself. The larger state system has been really great, and the mainframe in all of the systems. So where we interface kind of at that very specific area as it comes across the project, ETS has been a wonderful partner and very participatory.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for being here and all your hard work. Sounds like this was a very thoughtful project, even though we've got some appropriation. $1 million annually coming out of the general fund, but it seems like probably money well spent. So thank you. With that, we'll go to public comment. Any public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And so is our first topic for the morning committee. We're really on a roll. Time is 8:24. With that, I see Treasurer Meyer is here early before his 8:35 agenda time. But if the treasurer is ready, we'll go ahead and just start with him and move right into that topic. So welcome, Treasurer Meyer. So for purposes of the committee, last week or about a week and a half ago, the Capital Finance and Investments Committee also addressed this topic, which many of you are members of as well or attended that meeting, where Treasurer Meyer spoke to the CapFin Committee on this topic as well. So Treasurer Meyer, you're on repeat and recycle here with the legislative committees on this topic, but we're happy to hear from you this morning. So please proceed.
And, I might have a little bit of new information and some different things that have gone, that are taking place. I think we're having some vigorous one-to-one discussion within the SLIB board as far as what the IPS will actually look like at the end of the day. It seems like it's a topic that everybody wants to opine on. But hopefully we'll keep I think the core of what we want to do on point and try to make a determination between what would be considered maybe a good fodder for an editorial or a headline, and what would be actually what the type of, what we should actually put in an investment policy statement, which really directs my office specifically in ways to address the issue. There's been quite a little bit of changes, I think, within a short time period with a lot of the different entities that in the investment community on the topic of ESG. Larry Fink from BlackRock no longer wants to use the term ESG. I think he's looking at it something like calling it conscientious investing, so it's looking at as soon as I think that you try to identify and corral the varmint changes its name, and you have to, I think we have to look at a little bit more of trying to understand what we want to do. And really our office, the first part, the second part, and the last part is basically the highest total return on a risk adjusted basis. And so that's what we want to totally focus on, but giving us the tools to make sure that we can do that and do it in I think a reasonable manner. So I know I talked to some of you folks about the SFOF, which is the organization which I belong to. They sent out a fairly long questionnaire. I've got the one for the proxies here, and they also sent one out for the managers. And they sent it out, kind of read the managers here, so there's like the top 20 asset managers and that we would deal with. You got BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity, UBS, State Street, Global Advisors, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Ericole, Allianz Group, Capital, Goldman Sachs, Bank of New York, Mellon, Amundi, PIMCO, Legal & General, Edward Jones, Prudential, Deutsche Bank, Bank of America, and Invesco. All but two have responded to this questionnaire. And the ones that haven't responded, that is still pending, is UBS Group and JP Morgan Chase.
And Treasurer, just for clarity, I think for this committee and the public, this questionnaire was created by a private organization of which you are a member of. Is that correct?
Well, it's a national organization of state treasurers and financial officers.
And it's called what?
SFOF, State Financial Officers, I believe, Federation.
It's called a federation?
Well, one's a federation, one's a foundation. They have two different structures.
And that's the same organization as the national state treasurers, all 50 state treasurers?
I think there's 27 state treasurers and financial officers that are represented in that many states. Yeah, it's similar to the National Association of State Treasurers. It's, counterpart to what you would say, like, NAST, not NAST, but perhaps the NCSL and the Council of State Governments, different organizations representing the similar type of bodies.
And so that organization has directed a questionnaire to the primary investment houses. Is that correct?
And also to the two largest proxy managers, which is Glass Lewis and ISS. Yeah, and they've returned the responses. I haven't got the responses yet, but they go into quite a lot of detail as far as all different types of questions as far as you know, how do you do your business and how do you conduct your business and what drives your business decisions. So we'll make that aware to you guys. I don't know if it's be of any use to you or not, but if you really want to get down into what's going on at the grassroots level, that's one of the things that's going on at the grassroots level. We're going to make some slight tweaks in what our proposal is for the IPS. One is to add the words governance and into the, and we should have some copies of that. Do we have those, Matt? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and hand it out. Yeah. So we had environmental and governance. It was something that I did not have in there. I didn't think we necessarily had to say it twice in the same paragraph, but one of the SLIB board members had insisted that we do that. So we're acquiescing to their thoughts. I also have some language in there that it basically goes into, irregardless of what they call it, ESG or conscientious or sustainable investing, that
Treasurer Meyer, just for a minute, I'll let this be handed out and let people
Yeah,
know they're
certainly,
not listening
certainly.
to you right now as they get this handout.
Right.
So for clarity, Treasurer, this is the policy statement that you provided to the CapFin committee a couple weeks ago with some edits.
Yeah, with a couple of edits. Yeah.
And the edits are there in red.
Right. Yeah. And the ones on total return on a risk adjusted basis, that's I think that's just the correct way to say what we're trying to achieve rather than the highest risk adjusted total rate of return, because to me, the first two words I hear is highest risk. And that always draws my attention to, well, why are you investing at the highest risk, which that's not what we're intended. This statement is not intended to say that. We're trying to intend to say that we're going to get the highest total return on a risk adjusted basis. So in that risk adjusted basis, of course, is, as you guys well know, is identified, you know, by the legislature through their reference portfolio.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Treasurer. We just got handed this paper, and then on my screen, I'm seeing what was given to us as the State Treasurer's Environmental, Social, and Governance Statement. What's the difference between the two? Is the governance statement something that's been passed by the SLIB board, and this is something different? I'm just trying to get a handle on.
Okay, well, what's on our policy is on our website is our policy, and that policy fairly much mirrors what we have, what we're presenting to put into the investment policy statement. An investment policy statement is the statement policy passed by the SLIB board, which directs how we invest our funds.
Follow
Follow up.
And then this that's just been handed to us.
Yes.
I'm still not tracking. What's the difference between the two? And maybe I guess maybe it would help.
One has the effect of law as the treasurer's office, actually runs the day-to-day operations, which is investment policy statement, which is what you've been handed. The other one has the effect of communicating to the public, you know, what we feel that investment policy statement, what we feel, how we're supposed to act.
Follow
Yeah.
up.
Please. So I'm a money manager.
Yeah.
And I got the questionnaire.
Right.
And so the questionnaire is graded in some way based on this?
No.
Or is it based on what's on the screen?
It's based on a document that you don't have in front of you. I've got a copy of the document basically here for the proxies, and it's almost the same document for the investment managers. And it's something that I want you guys to be aware of. And I haven't got what their answers were that was, that were received back to the SFOF. And when I get those, I'll share those with you guys so you know how each one of the different managers, if you really want to get into the weeds, how each one of the different managers look at how they run their shop, specifically in the areas of ESG.
Follow up.
Not now. Thank you.
Treasurer Meyer,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr.
how many written statements does the treasurer's office have concerning ESG?
I think the only written ones that we actually have, that are communicating anything except for in the process of the IPS or on our website. So we don't have anything that's apart from that. So that's basically our website tells people how we want to invest. At one point in time, we considered ourselves agnostic, which in that basically we were just trying to do the highest risk adjusted return. I'm going to have to get around to saying the highest return at a risk adjusted basis. But that one I think was replaced with the one that we currently have on there, which I think is what you have on your website right now.
Senator Guru, is that what you have on the website? And what website are you referring to, Senator Guru?
What I'm referring to is the document that was handed to us as part of your presentation today. Dated ESG statement for Web revised 4/28/23, and it's got your name on the top. It's Wyoming State Treasurer's Environmental, Social, and Government Statement.
Just getting clarity.
I don't have that in front of me, so I'm commenting basically from.
I'm not confused.
We'll get you a copy.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Representative.
And so Senator Guru, you are
This is the
referring
website.
to our materials as part of our agenda this morning,
Yeah, this is. the
Yes.
website statement.
not
That's
to
what
the
I
state
just said.
treasurer's website.
No,
So I think the treasurer has been referencing his website, the state treasurer's website. Is that correct?
Well, this is the state, yeah, this is, and what I handed to you today is the language that we're wanting to put into the IPS. So they're essentially a lot the same in character and content, but not exactly. And so what we hope to do is to get the IPS to I guess, get their hands around this issue and come out with an IPS provision that will fairly much mirror what we have on our website. But once that IPS provision is put in, then there's a fairly good chance that it's not going to be exactly what we have on our website. And then we'll have to change our policy statement as to reflect the IPS.
Senator Guru.
What? Yeah. Just so you know that the IPS is approved by the State Loan and Investment Board. That's the investment policy statement. That's where they approve the asset allocations. And it's a fairly long statement that actually governs what we do.
okay. And if I may, Madam Chairman, and the handout that you've just been handed by Representative Larson, that has been approved by the SLIB board.
No, nothing has been approved by the SLIB board yet. We carried it over from the June meeting to the August meeting.
And if I may, one more, and you're going to be asking the SLIB board not to approve that document, but to approve this document that you just handed us.
Yeah, and the modifications, the primary modifications are in a couple of different areas. One is adding the words environmental and governments in the second part of the first paragraph. And that is essentially, it changed from my perspective, it didn't change anything, but it made one of the members a little bit, they wanted to make it directly in that part of it. They wanted to have those words in there, even though it's in the first part of the paragraph, they wanted to have it in the lower part of the paragraph also. And so then the other area is one that we haven't had any discussion on. And that's the language that says, in addition, Wyoming shall prefer vendors that do not adhere to the implementation of foreign treaties or policies which are not ratified by the U.S. Congress. Now you wonder what that actually says. Basically,
Yeah, boy.
yeah. What's that?
Yes, sir. I
Yeah,
do want
right.
to know what that, I would love
Yeah.
to know what that.
So let's
Yeah.
let's
But-
hold that. We're gonna
Yeah.
go to that topic because that's obviously a
Thank you,
glaring
Madam Chair.
statement.
Thank you.
So Senator Guru, continue to follow up.
No, I'll wait until he finishes his presentation.
Senator Kinsky.
So I want to make sure I'm following Mr. Treasurer, because it looks to me like this is an about face from where your office was during session. I'm reading this statement that you have that was given in our packet. And it says it's the duty of the people with whom we do business to adhere to a fiduciary standard. Fiduciary decisions can only be based on pecuniary factors. Pecuniary factors do not include the furtherance of social, political, or ideological interests. The goal of Wyoming's investment managers should be to maximize risk-adjusted return, not be the government or act like non-elected representatives for cultural change. And that now is being proposed in very specific language in this draft statement. In the last session, we had 2 ESG bills that were modeled on bills that were adopted in 10 other states and also passed by the Congress over the Biden administration's objection to say, you cannot adopt ESG goals, you're violating your fiduciary duty. Those bills were resisted in the last session, as I recall, by the STO and the WRS. But what I'm hearing now is you're having a change of heart and you're on board with the idea that the people with whom we do business should not be making their investment decisions based on anything except the highest return. And if they're being driven by these social goals like being anti-fossil fuels, that's not somebody we want to do business with. Am I following?
Well, I think you're following. I don't know if we would have a change of heart. That was, I think we've always been in the area that we have a fiduciary duty. And that fiduciary duty is to the beneficiaries of each one of the funds and the people of Wyoming. And in that regard, that we have to provide the highest return on a risk-adjusted basis. So that has never changed before or after any of these statements. So that remains intact, exactly the way it is. What we do is shed some light on some of the areas where you have investing, but the decisions made at a company level or investment firms level are actually detract from our ability to get the highest return on a risk-adjusted basis. So, and that is what is to some detail spells out what we consider things that when those occur, then that in all probability from our perspective, we have to be scrutinized very carefully to find out whether they do or don't detract from our returns or our ability to get returns. And so it all circles the wagon back to the highest return on a risk-adjusted basis. But we identify areas, such as ESG in those areas that essentially add no value to the returns or add no value to the company and add no value to the beneficiaries of the people of the state of Wyoming. That's
Following. So if we bring back those 2 bills based on what 10 other states and Congress enacted, can we look forward to your endorsement of that legislation so that we can bake into statute
I
what you're
think
talking about here?
the difference, Mr. Chairman, is as things change, and they're changing rapidly as ESG will no longer, probably within a short period of time will be removed from the vernacular of the everybody in investing, but it'll remain in principle. And so just saying that you're not going to be investing or in these areas in ESG, you know, essentially this would have to be revisited in a short time to stay ahead of the definition, you know, because it'll change from ESG to conscientious or sustainable or some other identifier. And so what I'm trying to do is get to the areas that basically happened before the identifier. And the areas that happened before essentially the identifier are those areas, you know, or in the areas where you've had the United Nations have a resolutions that says carbon free by 2050. And the people that have signed on to that initiative. And then the people that have signed on to the implementing the Paris Climate Accords. And they'll say, well, we're not doing ESG, we're doing conscientious investing, but essentially it's the exact same processes that they were doing under the banner of ESG. So, you know, just to say that you're anti-ESG or you're pro-ESG, you know, I don't believe gets to the heart of how our investments are affected. And so to a great extent, that's why I didn't put in environmental governance in the first place, because the more descriptors that you put into, I guess, an issue like this, probably the more problems you're going to have down the road as far as being able to implement an investment policy that doesn't tie your hands or give you the ability to make decisions, you know, and address those decisions that are made by your vendors and your managers.
Follow up.
I'm just gonna interject. In summation, Treasurer Meyer, isn't it true that as of 2 weeks ago, you told the Capital Finance and Investments Committee that you didn't think legislation was necessary or prudent at this time?
Yes, and I still believe that if we, Mr. Chairman, that if we get a good IPS statement, it has a couple of things. It does have the force basically on our office, the force of law on our office to do that, because we have to adhere to what's in the IPS.
Senator Kinster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I understand from that clarification is you won't endorse legislation, but you'll bake it into your investment policy.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, what I would like to have is that in the IPS, you know, try to get everything that we need in there as far as tools to address these situations that are occurring in our investment area and within the state of Wyoming. Because if we can do it at that level, and if something changes, you know, as far as changing the descriptor from ESG to conscientious or sustainable, then essentially you can continue to address it without an act of the legislature, because then you can have the top 5 elected officials as a SLIB board address it more on a timely basis. So that's where, you know, I think that's really what we've done in the past in a lot of areas when it came to areas of investment policy. The overarching guide was from the legislature to have the SLIB board act as kind of the watchdog, so to speak, on investments, and then jump off from there.
Nothing further.
We'll go to Representative Larson and Senator
But
Salazar.
just can I address something, the difference between what we're doing here and what the legislature did in those other states and what it proposed to do in Wyoming was what I would call is almost a poison pill. And that was, and I addressed that at the Senate committee hearing on this. And that was to find the investment personnel of the state of Wyoming, everybody in our office, and find the managers, everybody that we do business with, if they were basically caught with their hand in the cookie jar and were doing something that was ESG related, then you could be fined 3 times your salary or 3 times your fees. And essentially that was a poison pill for us because we couldn't hire anybody, I think, in our office if they knew that they're going to wake up one day, they worked for 3 years for nothing because the legislature said that there's a law now that is going to let you that's going to be fined. Nor could I think we could actually hire any investment managers, to invest our money if we knew there was a statute that we could come back and by law hold them accountable for that at 3 times the fee that they're getting. And so for us, that's what we sternly objected to in that. And I think that in the long run, there's going to be, some possible fallout with those states that have done that. And think too, that in a lot of these states that do that, they don't have a sovereign wealth fund. What they have essentially is a state agency pool. That's what their treasurers do. Very few of them actually have a sovereign wealth fund like Wyoming does, where they actually have that. It affects the retirement systems more in those states because they do have retirement systems that would be held under this. And then that goes to, what's going to happen with the actuarial soundness of those programs. So, I think that you can have, I think, laws that address something and do so in a reasonable manner, and laws that address something and get at the heart of things and not have the unintended consequences.
Thank you, Treasurer. Representative Larson.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And so Treasurer Meyer, I just want to try and get my head around a little bit of this whole conversation and how it's started during session and what we're really trying to get accomplished in this committee with having this conversation, which we, to the point, there was a couple of bills in the last session that was a conglomerate of a number of other national bills. And the struggle that we've been having over the last several years as we develop our investment policy is what role do our investment entities, meaning the retirement system and the treasurer's office, want the legislature to play. And we've established that there needs to be a distinct line. Let the investment people make the investments without a lot of influence from the political, the non-professional side of things. And so we've kind of established that line. And so when we killed when the House appropriations, when we killed those bills last session, it was based on, we didn't think the content of bills was what it should be. And then it was stepping over, and if we legislate, then you're bound and could negatively impact what you do as investment. We made a commitment to industry in our state that we would come back and try and find a solution to this. And that's really what we're trying to do. In the Management Council has assigned that to this committee. I'm very interested in making sure that we take a reasonable approach to this. But then since session ended, there's kind of been this evolution. And it's my understanding that in lieu of us doing any type of legislation, as the good chairman pointed out, your office and the SLIB board feels it's more appropriate to have an adopted policy statement as in the draft that allows you the flexibility to adjust per the evolution, meaning ESG to whatever, to point out that our investment should be focused not on social issues, but on the investment return to the customer, while at the same time pointing out through proxy votes, through whatever else, that those type of actions that impact our industries are inappropriate. And so what we're trying to then conclude today, and if this is adopted in August, then we have time to review yet at another meeting to determine yet if we need legislation because our industries maybe don't feel that this is adequate. And so what we're trying to do is determine if with the proposed IPS document they have there, if it's adopted, if that is going to be, if you feel that that's sufficient, and then if our industry feel that that is sending the message from the state of Wyoming that supports their position too. And so that's really what I'm interested in doing. And I just need to know from you if I'm, as I explain this, if I'm understanding, if you and I are kind of on the same page and understanding, or if I've missed the boat here someplace.
Yeah.
Treasurer.
Madam Chairman, yes, I think we're on the same page, and I'd like to add a little color to how this policy statement was basically determined, is that we did run the issue of pecuniary and non-pecuniary, and that is what we have in here by the IFC, which are our investment professionals. And we did run that by them, and they did say that for on the areas of pecuniary and non-pecuniary, we understand those terms, and that we're fine with using that area of it. So we did run them by on that. Now, pecuniary actually comes from the ERISA laws, which is on your retirement end of it, on federal laws, and that's what they use, to determine whether or not it has to deal with money or some other thing that has nothing to do with investments or money. So that's where we came up with that. Now, I think that what I'm trying to do here is look at, and this is where I think politics, public interest, and removing them specifically from the language of implementation in the IPS, because we're getting what I would call, and to a certain extent, I've been guilty of this myself, and I've had to have to pull myself back of putting language in here that is, essentially maybe more inflammatory or more to the point of what would be considered red meat that people really can grasp. So I want to try to keep that away from the implementation, but I think it's appropriate from the standpoint that in editorials or press releases from the SLIB, that they can I guess editorialize on what actually the end of the implementation language actually represents. But I don't need that thing. I don't believe that we have to put it into the rules. It's kind of like we're almost putting finding statements within the IPS if I go down that line. And I know the chairman co-chairman of both appropriations and CapFin knows that I don't like necessarily pontificating on findings. So I don't want to be guilty of that myself and putting it in there. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that we're on this exact same page. We use the professionals, from their extent to get some determination on different areas of this that we could bring in, and that was the pecuniary and non-pecuniary. And I think that we've got something here that I know that will allow our office to get the results that industry is expecting. And I think that in conjunction with some of these national organizations who are pushing back quite strongly against ESG, and they are having an effect because for the longest time, I think that all of our states were just going by thinking that, well, this ESG is just a bunch of hooey and it's not going to catch on. But unfortunately, it did catch on, and these people are actually causing some, and have caused, I think, some extreme damages to our industries. And I don't believe that they're going to let up. And I think it's going to be a struggle from now on. And I think we just need to have the flexibility to address those.
Thank you.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Treasurer Meyer, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So I also want to need some clarification. And to piggyback on Senator Kinsky's question about, I think we were talking about Senate File 159 and 172 last year, which you were not able to support. This investment policy statement that you have, is it my understanding, or correct me if I'm wrong, that it's in opposition to ESG until it affects our highest total return? Is that correct? I'm also confused as to where you are on that, because I will tell you, Treasurer, since session, I've had town hall meetings. This has come up, and I've dealt with some very angry folks in my constituency with regard to this issue. You know that. So I want to go back home and talk about this investment policy statement, but I'm still confused as to how it relates to the fight with ESG versus highest total return. Thank you.
Treasurer Meyer, before you respond, I'll give you a minute to think about it. Just for clarity for the public, we will have that handout added to the meeting materials so everyone can access it. If we could get that online as quickly as possible, that'd be helpful. If not, I would ask that maybe staff take a minute. If we have an electronic version of that, we can just share it on screen for a minute or two so people can see what those changes are and are able to follow along in the public, knowing that this is such a popular topic. So with that, Treasurer.
Thank you. So to be clear, how basically the implementation would work is that when we have an indication that someone is and let's use governance. That's one that you don't get into too often, but those are ones that are basically, most governance issues are decided at the annual meetings, and there'll be proposals to either change the bylaws or to put on particular people, on the board or different things like that. And so in that regard, that we can vote our proxies, in a manner, and we can vote them basically with at least 11 other states, if not all 27 of the states that are represented under the SFOF. And so what we'll be able to do is leverage our proxy votings, to look at making sure that they don't put people on the boards that essentially support ESG in the first place, or they don't put people on the boards that do not bring any value or do not have any skills or do not have the professionalism that is necessary to be a board member, but their only requirement is that they don't look like another board member. So they have essentially diversity, but they haven't been vetted as far as whether or not they have the ability to serve on the board. And so that's one area in governance that can be affected. The same thing that will happen in areas of if they're trying to do some things that as far as banks, as far as withholding funding for a non-business reason. Now, you can't, from my perspective, you can't, penalize a bank that for not lending to different areas that they have absolutely no expertise in. Some banks make money on car loans and washing machines and dryers. They're consumer banks. They don't do agricultural loans. They don't do energy loans. They don't have that area expertise. But there are a lot of the big banks, the national banks, that they make loans in all of these different industrial areas. Well, if they're pulling out of an industrial area and it's solely to essentially destroy the coal industry, for example, then we have to have a serious discussion with them. And at some point in time, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to be able to do with a custodial bank. There's not one bank in the United States that we don't have ESG problems with. And there's only maybe one bank in the world that we don't have ESG problems with, and they're not in the United States, a bank in Japan. So I don't think we want to have our custodial off on foreign shores. But we're going to have some talks with these people about what the game rules are. Now, we know what our money does. We have the game rules set up that they can't use our money in ways that we don't want them to. But then on the other hand is that we necessarily can't say to any bank, that you can't use your money or somebody else's money in a different way, but we can object to it strongly. And, we can try to do what we can do as far as proxy voting to make sure that we have people that think more about America than they do implementing the Paris Climate Accords. And they think more about America than driving, all of our businesses over to China and enriching that nation in the basically because we're depriving our country of the ability to have the freedom to have free capitalism. And that's essentially, it's a big picture thing. Now, we can't do it by ourselves. We can scream about it. We can pontificate about it. But what we can do is that we can work with these 27 other states, and in areas where we can make a difference and we can move the needle, we can. But make no doubt about it, is that we are a minority in this situation. And I think that the Petroleum Association has some good figures there about the trillions of dollars that are under investment of the financial firms and other companies in this nation that are supporting the carbon free by 2050, and that's the United Nations resolution. And it's trillions and trillions and trillions. We got about maybe $4.5 trillion that we can actually vote in these 27 states. They've got hundreds of trillions of dollars in those companies. We are definitely in a minority. We can push back as much as we can. We can control maybe what's happening in our own state to a certain amount. And actually, we do support in this state. We're making investments in the energy industry. We're making investments in infrastructure in the energy industry. And we're doing so, from what we consider is a highest return on a risk-adjusted basis. And so those will be good investments for Wyoming, and they'll be good investments for the people in the funds that we invest in.
All right, Treasurer.
Yeah.
Violates my lawyer mind where witnesses narrating.
Okay.
So any follow-up from Senator Salazar? If not, we'll go to Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I am a follow-up to Senator Salazar's question.
Mhm.
In reading this draft ESG language 7/11/2023 that they had up on the board,
Mhm.
it would appear to me that this says you can invest with a supplier or a vendor, whatever you want to call them, as long as they have the highest total return on a risk-adjusted basis. And they could be an ESG guy, as long as you're getting the highest return, you would not follow up and contact their board and that. Am I misreading that?
Yeah, I think you are misreading it from the standpoint that if we find out that these folks are involved in what we would consider things that distract them from getting a higher risk-adjusted return. They may have a high risk-adjusted return, but if they're doing these certain things that we feel detract from their ability to get an even higher return, then yeah, we'll definitely contact them and find out whether or not we can move them away from that perspective and toward a perspective that'll get us a higher return. So, it's not all about the money. And you can see where we implemented a policy in our last SLIB meeting to divest about 50% of the money that we have in Japan, not Japan, in China. So we've done some divesting in China because we feel that it's a place with a dictatorial leadership that can wake up in the morning and totally rob every nickel that you have in your pocket. So we're going to do active management.
Treasurer, isn't that what Biden said?
What's that?
Isn't that what Biden said?
What's that? What Biden says? I don't know what Biden says, but I know that Biden's getting paid by China. So I mean, I
It's
don't know
okay,
what he
Treasurer, we're
says.
good. I was just being
You know.
funny. With that, I want to direct the attention just to kind of control the committee meeting a little bit. Is there anyone online who wants to testify on public comment on this topic? No, okay, good. So I do see that we have a number of people in the room that I anticipate who want to provide some public comment. We will continue on this broad topic of ESG for a couple more questions from the committee, recognizing that there's a new sentence in this policy draft that we've just received from the treasurer that we'll then discuss why that sentence is there and what it means. So with that, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Moving to your investment policy statement that you handed out today, Mr. Treasurer. As I read through the first paragraph, I would call it the first paragraph. The first half of it really makes sense. It's a great statement that everything you're going to do is going to be based on prudent investment, following the law. But then about halfway through, you get that the sentence ends adhering to compliance, the statutory and regulatory guidance. Up to that point, I'm very comfortable with.
Okay, let me see if I can follow you there, Representative. You got.
If we could put it back up online since this is a question specifically directed to the statement. And we'll have the public follow along too. So Representative Walters, can you provide that sentence as well, or maybe?
I'll read well, if I can find the beginning of the sentence. Read the last few lines, but it
Okay, so
objectives and investment policies while adhering to compliance, statutory and regulatory guidance.
Okay, all right.
So to that, and at that period, I think from the beginning of the statement to there all makes sense. It's all a statement about how this needs to be based on risk-adjusted financial returns.
Right.
I'm gonna
Okay,
slow
gotcha.
you, I'm gonna slow you both down. There's members of the committee who don't know where you're reading. Can you identify where on the page it's located? Like lines down?
I think it starts about halfway down with the word pecuniary.
And if LSO can that be highlighted by chance? If not, that's okay. Treasurer, go ahead and answer.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm following you now. It starts with the word pecuniary factors do not include.
So Mr. Treasurer and Madam Chairman, if I may continue, starting with the sentence pecuniary factors do not include the furtherance of environmental social governance, and the remainder of the entirety of that paragraph goes into really just an opinion statement, not a statement of investment guidance and policy, but an opinion, as you have a sentence in there that says these may cause harm or may cause alarm. They could increase or are most likely result in lower returns. Those are very weak statements. Those are not, in my view, don't belong in an investment policy statement. Those are just simple opinion of somebody, it sounds like. And if this is going to be the investment policy for the state of Wyoming, it should be void of personal opinion. And that to me sounds like personal opinion. As I said, I think the first half of that paragraph is great because it talks about follow the law, follow the guidance, and make sure it's the highest total return on a risk-adjusted basis. But then when you go into discussing that it may cause alarm and it may reduce returns, I don't think that's the appropriate, that this statement should include any of that language. So that my question is, why did you include your personal opinion or somebody's personal opinion on this factor instead of leaving it to the statement of make us the most money?
Treasurer?
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that does need clarification. I'll go into it and try to explain it and give you maybe some area of I guess, understanding, maybe not agreement, maybe some area understanding. So essentially we put it in there and I agree with you that these aren't definitive statements that if they do that, then we will do this. But what it does say is that it may do that. And most likely, and let's see, it may be a cause for alarm and concern. And, you know, as I believe, and I think a lot of people in investing believe, is that when you do things that necessarily detract from your day-to-day activities that have nothing to do with investments. And I think to your same argument that you use why it shouldn't be in here, we use that same argument to say that, well, it shouldn't be in the businesses that or may not be in the businesses or shouldn't be in the businesses that we're dealing with, whether they're managers or whether they're a company. So let's just use a company. Let's just say, for instance, that you're an energy company and you've decided to look at factors that have nothing to do with the highest return that you're going to get over the next 10 to 15 years. A lot of oil companies do that. They'll go out, they'll start proving their reserves so they can have that in their pipelines and move forward. Because what they want to do is supply a good, steady, adequate, or increasing supply to their customers and increase their market share. Well, there was one company that had 2 board members were put on by an investment banking company that controlled the purse strings so much on that oil company that they were able to force to what I would call, let's say to be nice, socially responsible individuals on their board. They forced them to sell all of their assets into Southeast Asia, all of their oil fields, which was one of their most promising oil fields that they were going to develop. And who did they sell them to? They sold them back to that part of it, 7% of it, back to that company that was lending them money and had control of the shares to put people on their board, and to China Petrol. And so where that left that company at basically is that they're buying battery charging stations down in the United States, but their energy company, what they actually were, is that they're no longer able to essentially look at that future, that their spigot's going to run dry at some time because they lost one of their biggest new oil fields that they were able to
Follow up,
essentially
Representative
use.
Larson?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think your example is already covered in the line that says fiduciary decisions can only be based on the pecuniary factors, meaning they have been prudently determined and are expected to have a positive effect on the risk-adjusted return of the investment based on appropriate investment horizons. You've already have that in the first half of your statement to take care of the example you just described in your lengthy explanation there. But it comes back to my point, that second half of the paragraph, to me, we have just injected basically a personal bias that has no meaning, no statement. It's just, I want to tell you something here, instead of keeping it clean and concise and really getting to the point. And so we may disagree on that and we can end this conversation, but I just wanted to explain that I don't see where there's any benefit to having anything in the second half of that paragraph, because it just doesn't carry much strength.
Answer in 1 minute or less, Treasurer Meyer.
Okay, thank you.
You agree or disagree with the statement?
I certainly understand where you're coming from, but what I'm trying to do is to get this out of a 5-member political board. And so I threw some of these things in here that essentially guided the discussion toward an outcome. And the outcome is in the bottom paragraph, which is really to look at a staggered implementation of what that I guess would look like if we had to look at something and we first get a hold of the board, make that contact, try to get a hold of the management, try to figure out why they did that. And then it's a staggered approach. So the very last thing, which is the nuclear option basically, is to try to replace them with somebody else, because you've gotten good returns off of them for a while, but you haven't, but maybe they're not as good as they should be. And so you look at the alternatives. And then to look at it is that we use the words may and not definitive from the standpoint. And I think that the chairman of Representative Nicholas from time to time has said, well, are you going to be, is this going to allow you to invest in anything thing that might be considered ESG in Wyoming, and windmills or different areas like that where we've got good energy returns and we can make some money on those. So we want to make sure that there is enough, as you say, it's a weak statement, but it's a directing statement that allows optionality. We want to have that optionality so we can invest in projects in Wyoming that necessarily aren't old energy, but that could be considered new energy.
All right, with that, further questions? I'm going to go to Senator Guru and then Representative Stith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Treasurer,
Senator Greer.
I want to go back and I want to preface this just for a second. I really, this is your bailiwick and this is your purview, you and the slip board. And when I read the document that was in our packet, I felt, well, I don't agree with all of it. I felt it was very comfortable because when in the second paragraph, it says fiduciary decisions can be based on pecuniary factors, meaning the treasurer's office has to prudently determine and expects the actions of a positive effect on risk-adjusted return of our investments based on appropriate investment horizons consistent with our fund's objectives and investment policies while adhering to compliance, statutory, and regulatory guidance. And the whole document kind of reads along that way. So everything that you said in your testimony today, even though frankly, some of it I thought was politically charged, wrong, and offensive to me personally, I know that like minds can differ and that is the way it works in the political world. Then I read this document that has a statement that says, in addition, Wyoming prefers vendors that do not adhere to the implementation of foreign treaties or policies that are not ratified by the U.S. Congress. To me, that seems to tighten things to a point that start to stray from what you've always said and in other testimony this morning, where you said the highest total return on a risk-adjusted basis is your North Star. And then that's your guidance. So my question is, and I'm getting there, Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, but I'm getting there is, if you adopt this statement, and if the SLIB board adopts this statement, I just have one request, and the request is, I want to know what this, which I feel is more of a political statement, what it is going to cost, what the cost will be to the state of Wyoming. And I think one way that it would really help me get to that point would be to A, like to formally ask that we see the questionnaire that you're sending out. B, get all the answers to the questionnaire so that we can take a look at that. Because if money managers and folks leave our employee because of the questionnaire or because of this document, and it has a cost, I just want to be able to tell and have all of us know what the cost is to our investment portfolio, either to the positive or to the negative, so we can make a quantitative judgment. Does that sound fair to you, Mr. Treasurer?
I'm going to pause your
Absolutely
answer,
fair.
Treasurer. I'm going to pause your answer. As I indicated, we will take that sentence as a separate subtopic of this topic.
Okay,
So hold that question until we get to it. We'll come back to you, Senator Guru. Representative Stith, do you have a question on the broader, ambiguous political theater of ESG?
Madam Chairman, no, my question is also directed toward this new sentence in red.
All right, let's pivot there and dovetail.
Right.
Please answer Senator Guru's question. Committee, we are now focused in on this one bizarre statement that came out of left field from 2 weeks ago. So you're going to have a lot of questions to answer. Karen, if we could put that back up on screen and highlight that additional in addition sentence, that's the last sentence of that first paragraph. That'd be wonderful. Treasurer,
Yeah.
please answer Senator
Yeah.
Guru's question, which to summarize, what will that sentence cost the people of Wyoming?
right. Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I'm not sure if I'd go to the, I'd say it's political, but I wouldn't say it's bizarre. So, Mr. Chairman, directly answering, I think that's fair to know those answers. And the reason I put this statement in here was to highlight to the committee that, that this is essentially where most of the ESG that has caused problems with Wyoming's industry comes from, is the implementation of essentially us as Americans.
Treasurer Meyer,
Yeah.
will this statement cost the people of Wyoming money? Yes or no?
I don't believe it will.
Okay.
Now, what I
Second
will
question
do.
for me, Treasurer Meyer.
Okay.
What is the source of this sentence? Who wrote it and why is it in here?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I wrote that and it's in here for the standpoint is that there's a continuing evolution of what ESG is called. And so you really can't have a governance statement that has specific things in it. You can only govern from that statement for as long as what they're actually using that. And so when they switch it to something else, then essentially the effects are the same, but the name is different.
Semantics.
So what this essentially does is that draws it back to the heart of what ESG is doing. And that is enacting basically the areas of the carbon free by 2050 from the United Nations resolutions and the Paris Climate Accord. And so that's what that does. Now it says that
Treasurer Meyer, how many foreign treaties are not ratified by the US Congress that exist out there? I'm just curious.
Well, I
if
know
you
that the Paris Climate Accord is not one, and that's what essentially where ESG comes from. It's a foreign treaty, and it's not ratified. The resolutions from the UN, I don't believe those are ratified either by carbon free by 2050.
All right, thank you. Representative Stiff?
Madam Chairman, as a follow-up, Mr. Treasurer, this last sentence in red, that Wyoming shall prefer vendors that do not adhere to the implementation of foreign treaties or policies which are not ratified by the US Congress. Doesn't that strike you as overly broad and that it might tie your hands more than you want them tied? Because the second paragraph of your statement appears to give you a lot of flexibility to say, hey, I can talk with them, I can divest, I can do all sorts of things. I don't have to necessarily fire JP Morgan Chase just because I don't like everything they say. The second paragraph of this statement seems to give you some flexibility, but this statement, the Wyoming shall prefer vendors. I understand that your target's the Paris Climate Accord, and that's kind of what I thought it was targeted at, but it's worded broadly enough that it would apply to, executive orders that prohibit investment in energy companies in Russia, for example. And it seems to imply that if you literally took that if someone said they wanted to invest in Gazprom, right? Because that's an executive order that's not approved, ratified by Congress. It's a policy of the United States that you'd have to prefer this investment into Gazprom over some other investment. And I don't think that's what you intend. So my question is, don't you think this sentence is a bit overly broad and too restrictive and ties your hands too much?
Does it force you to invest in Russian oil companies, Treasurer Meyer?
Well, I hope not, Madam Chairman. And I think the good representative makes a point that Shell might be better served with the word may in that area there to add the flexibility in that regard.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within this conversation about this being perhaps too broad of a statement, I just want to bring to light that the United States Congress has not ratified the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. But here in the equality state, I think that's something we value, and I think it's something our businesses value. So as is, you are stating that Wyoming shall prefer vendors that do not adhere to the implementation of eliminating discrimination against women and girls, as an example. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a good
Treasurer Meyer, would you like to walk in
thank you.
through?
And this is exactly why I put this sentence in here, so I could actually get your input and feedback back to see where there were problems before I took it to the SLIB, and you have not disappointed me. And thank you for that.
Treasurer Meyer, I believe it's been your testimony that you intend to change the shall to a may.
Absolutely, Madam Chairman.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, stand by. Treasurer Meyer,
Okay.
we'll let you circle back.
Okay.
With that, time is 9:30. So we're going to be on time and under budget today. I know there's a number of people who want to provide public comments. So
Mhm.
Treasurer Meyer, let's hear from them and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Public comment? Welcome, Mr. Cole. If you could introduce yourself to the committee and the industry you represent, that'd be helpful.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Nephi Cole. I'm the Director of Government Relations and State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation, which is the Firearms Trade Association of America. We represent every company in the United States of America, or not every company, but 9,000 companies that make, manufacture, distribute firearms, ammunition, components, magazines that you read in both magazines you put in guns. So we are the professional side of the firearms industry, everything in the retail distribution, consumer space. So with all due respect, Madam Chair, members of the committee, I think that our number one comment today would be that the legislature's job is to define the policies and priorities that the executive branch then exercises on behalf of the constituency. And with all due respect, we believe that this is an area clearly that we think deserves your attention and deserves permanence rather than relying on several individuals at the level who are supposed to be taking your input and then implementing your input. We don't think that those are the right people to be writing the policy for the state of Wyoming on an issue this important. We think it's you. And so with due respect, I believe that this is an area that rather than trying to shape what the executive's position is on this, the executive should be taking position from you. So there are two things that the final thing I'd like to talk about. I know that there's a lot of focus on the investment piece of this, but I'd like to not lose what we feel, at least for our industry, is extremely important, which is the consumer side of this issue of discrimination in providing access to financial markets. So the investment side, I understand this large capital issue it's very challenging, and it affects those entities in our state that are seeking investment from public sources of funding and large entities that have huge amounts of capital. Most of the entities that I represent are not public entities. They're not seeking that type of capital. And so the things that we deal with is consumer access to credit, financial markets, things like shipping and whatnot. And we believe that an approach that we believe works for our members to address this issue is simply an approach of letting the markets work and having Wyoming express its intent as a member of the market. And so what we would ask, there were several bills that people have talked about. The one that we worked on actually in Wyoming, a bill was passed, as you all recall, called the Financial Industry Non-Discrimination Act several years ago that dealt with state banking. Late in the session, the last day or two, the Wyoming Banking Association came and said, look, we don't know that this is the best approach. We think a more appropriate approach is to let the state act as a market member and to express their interest that way, and that will have effect on the larger banks where this discrimination is actually occurring. And they were right. And we didn't have a chance to go and address that during that session, but they were right. So we took that approach directly over to the state of Texas in that same legislative session. And that approach is Texas's 2021 SB 19. And that approach is the one that we believe is right on this consumer side of banking and finance and contracting, which is if someone has a discriminatory policy, an entity that you're doing business with, they have a right to have those policies. They're private individuals, they're companies, they get to make their choices. But if they have those discriminatory policies, they should have to tell you, because you, Wyoming, are a member of the market. And just like they get a choice on their policies, you should get a choice on who you do business with and whether or not you want to do business with somebody who would have a discriminatory policy against let's just call it agriculture, because we're in Wyoming. If somebody says, we won't do business with agriculture, they should have to, just because it's agriculture, or in our case, we won't do business with a firearms entity, not because of their books, not because of traditional financial reasons, but solely because we don't like guns. So we will not do business with those entities. If they have that policy, we think they should have to tell you. And then we think you should be able to consider that and give weight to it in the contracting process. There are multiple states that have already passed following Texas. We have Montana, Utah. I'm sure I'm missing other states, South Dakota. And there are other states that have said, yep, that's the right approach. We're going to ask, and then we are going to consider that on our contracting. We think that that's a really elegant approach. It respects the markets. It is a market-based approach. Wyoming is just a consumer in the market. You should get a choice. And we would encourage you to look at legislation like Texas's SB 19. It's legislation that can be done in 2 paragraphs. Some states, South Dakota is one that actually implemented this by executive order. We think the legislature is the right place to do it at. And so with that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Questions for Mr. Cole, Representative Larson?
Thank you. And Mr. Cole, I think that there's kind of 2 issues here that you brought up. I think one is requiring disclosure from the banking industry. I think that that's a reasonable expectation and something that is worthy to consider. But then you come in your first comment, you talk about it's the legislature's responsibility to drive executive decisions. But most of our conversation this morning has been on the investment side, which then you kind of tried to defer and tuck away as not being, but that's really what we're focusing on. And if we take your comments to heart, then would you suggest that it's the legislature's responsibility to tell the treasurer's office and the retirement system how to invest money?
Mr. Cole.
Madam Chair, Representative Larson, I don't know that I'm ready to answer that question. And it's one of the reasons that we as an industry, when you've had these 2 separate ideas, they've always come to these committee meetings together, and they've always been running together. We'd like to see them separated. However, it seems that our concern is, as we've come out of the session, because the investment piece is the focus of the treasurer, that the consumer piece is lost, and we don't want to see that lost. To be frank, the investment piece is extremely complex, and we're not prepared to talk about it. But with that said, Madam Chair, Representative, I think if you're looking at a document and editing it for the treasurer, I don't know that. I think that it's best that if you like a document like that, that you guys are that this group is the group that writes the document.
Follow up?
If I may, but I think that you can see the concern that the investment board would have if the legislature is going to draft laws telling them how and what they can and cannot invest in, and that becomes problematic, and we try and keep a real definitive line in the sand there. But I think in your first comment, I think that you alluded that we're shirking our responsibilities by not telling the executive branch how to do that. And it is a more complex problem in Wyoming than being as simplistic as you first alluded to in your comments. And so we're trying to segregate these components out and make a reasonable approach to this. Is that document one we should draft? No, I think it should be approved by the investment board. And it has not been to date. That's what we're kind of waiting on. And that was my point is we've still got time after the August SLIB meeting to see what the final product's like. We're not opposed to legislating, but we don't want to be sticking our hands in the pot where it doesn't belong. But we will. And so we're just trying to settle the water and get a clear picture. I think your point on open disclosure by banks saying this is our policy and then let their customers decide whether they're going to bank there or not has merit, but that's kind of different. So does you see some sense of what we're trying to accomplish here. We're not trying to poo-poo you off or
Mr.
it
Cole,
may still causing you.
has Representative Larson
concern.
persuaded you in any way?
Madam Chair, he's very persuasive. And I would say as a counter to that, our concern we clearly give guidance to the executive on this type of thing already. There are areas where we have, we will not do business with people who have discriminatory policies against women in general. There are things that we put it in paper. I realize it's challenging to craft a box that is, that the treasurer can work within and be inventive within that box, but to give him enough guidance so that he knows the direction you want to go with that. And I think I understand this is an extremely challenging issue. I appreciate the legislature taking it. We don't think you guys should have to micromanage anything, but things of import, we believe, we're not trying to suggest that you must do this, but we believe that it is an area where if anybody is equipped to do it well for the people of Wyoming, it's probably you guys.
Thank you.
The time is 9:42. Representative Walters.
Thank you,
follow
Madam.
up with Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cole, you had mentioned that Texas had done something in just a couple paragraphs. If you could follow up and provide us with that, and then also provide us with some suggested language for the consumer protection that you would offer in a follow-up email would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another gun bill, Mr. Cole. All right, thank you. Mr. Obermuller, good to see you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Pete Obermuller, Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Happy to be here. Good to see you all. Hello, everybody down there. It seems like the discussion is over here, so say hello to the House members. So, Madam Chairman, I'm vexed about this issue in pretty much any way that we want to talk about it. But I think what was illustrative about the discussion you just had with Mr. Cole is that what you heard from him and what you hear from me in a moment is we are focused on specific things that would be helpful to our industry outside of the broader discussion about the investment, about how to invest in ESG and how to be involved in ESG. Partly why I'm vexed is because I've spent half a year trying to communicate about what would be helpful to us, and it gets lost in the sound and fury of a broader discussion about ESG. So Mr. Cole's talking about trying to figure out a way to not, to have the disclosure and the boycotting. What I want to talk about, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, is about can this committee, can the Treasurer's office get better control, get a handle on through their policies what our managers are using Wyoming's money for, and in terms of proxy voting and activist efforts in the boardroom and in shareholder resolutions. Can they do that? In the policy that I just saw today, I don't see that there. I think they can, but it's not there as far as I see it. So to Representative Larson's question, I'm not one of these deceived by the idea that we have equal branches of government. The legislature is the primary branch. And if the executive is not doing what the primary branch thinks it should do, absolutely, you should step in. Absolutely. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have a shortened version from a couple weeks ago, Madam Chairman. So those of you that heard some of this before, feel free to go to your happy place for 5 minutes. I'll just push through this really fast. So I don't know if you have it for the screen, or should I put out hard copies? Okay, great. You can go ahead and advance slides right away. So what I want to talk to you about is proxy voting, essentially. And the reason why I want to talk about this is because every single publicly traded company that's a member of PAW has an ESG statement of some kind.
Mr. Obermuller, I want to emphasize that. And so earlier I referenced kind of this political theater on ESG. And I don't want to be dismissive, and I want to be careful with my words. Because it's not that the concerns associated with ESG and ESG investment policies are not of grave concern to the people of Wyoming and to the industries that we care deeply about and want to protect. But what has happened is, I think the industries have been nimble and responsive to some of these social pushes by shareholder takeovers or proxy disputes, and have responded as private business can do much more quickly than politicians actually can. And much more, I'd say, deftly than politicians can, with less harm to investors. And so, as you've indicated, all of your industry members, which is the oil and gas industry, have passed ESG policies. Isn't that correct?
Madam Chairman, publicly traded companies.
Sure, publicly traded.
That
Big
is
dollar
that is
companies.
That's a minority of my membership.
Okay. Can you name some of those publicly traded companies?
Sure, Madam Chairman. Occidental has one, Devon Energy, EOG, Exxon, those types of companies.
And isn't it true that all of those companies have done some form of business or currently doing some form of business in Wyoming right now?
I can confirm that. Sure.
I think we all can as well. Thank you.
So I appreciate that interjection, Madam Chairman, because the reason why I brought that up and why you wanted to put a fine point on it is that veers the discussion back towards the investment sound and fury I was talking about, that I want to make sure I'm communicating is not all of the issue. So they all have ESG. In fact, some of the privately owned companies, the larger ones, have ESG statements as well. So I understand from a legislative standpoint how it might be very difficult to craft legislation that allows for Wyoming's permanent funds and other funds to invest in a way that doesn't cut off our nose to spite our face. You have said to me repeatedly, tell me what you want and it better not touch our investments. I appreciate that.
And the reason for that is, Mr. Obermueller, right? If we had passed some of these bills, it would have prohibited us from investing in companies like Devon, Exxon, EOG, Occidental, which are very strong partners of Wyoming and make us lots of money. Isn't that true?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay.
Political theater.
Madam Chairman.
I only have 5 slides, guys.
Representative Larson?
No, I want to get 3 slides, but I want to get 3 slides, then maybe I can just ask.
You want me to continue?
Please.
Okay. However, having said that, I do think that there are things that you can do that at a minimum would help to ensure that our investment funds and our permanent funds, which have been entirely created by the mineral extractive industry, that those funds are not used in ways that actively harm the industry in Wyoming. And at a minimum, we should know if that is happening. And then beyond that, figure out if there are ways via policies or legislation that can help to prevent that. This first slide is just an overview of a report. It's a helpful report put out every year called this proxy preview. It goes through every single shareholder resolution to publicly traded companies and who has offered them and what they're for and all of that. It's 542 in 2023, 160 of them are climate related. I'm going to focus on the emissions and the finance and underwriting part just to shorten this up. There are several on retirement plans, shareholder resolutions, and by shareholder resolutions, I mean from activist organizations that are shareholders in these companies for the express purpose of trying to move the company toward a particular political vision. So there's the companies that I mentioned before and all these others, they're under enormous pressure from all sides, but also from these shareholder resolutions, particularly as they gain traction and are passed. So companies like Campbell Soup and Microsoft in the retirement plans, activist shareholder resolutions to make sure that their retirement plans are not supporting any sort of in their words, heavily polluting organizations. Political engagement, I'm not going to talk about either, but there's several activist shareholder resolutions that would pressure companies to not take part in their First Amendment rights of political engagement or free associations. I won't cover those any further. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a very small snapshot. There's lots and lots of these, of course, but I just put up some of these, hopefully big enough that you can read if you're close enough. Many of them deal with emissions disclosure and targets. Disclosure, I'm not so worried about. Disclosure is fine, as Representative Larson talked about in terms of the banking sector. I don't really mind disclosure. It's more difficult when you start talking about targets, particularly when the technology does not exist, or it's about things that there is not really a system or a mechanism in order to meet those targets. So, for example, you can see in the orange over there, these are some of the targeted companies. They are, of course, oil and gas companies, but there's some that are not. Public storage, UPS, some others. And what I want to particularly mention is the scope 3 emissions, adopt particular scope 3 emissions of reduction. Scope 3, of course, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, for those that are not familiar, scope 1 emissions are emissions from your direct operations in any business, scope 1 emissions. Scope 2 emissions captures the emissions of your vendors and your suppliers and all those sorts of things kind of indirectly. Scope 3 emissions is the emissions of everybody, every use of your product after it's been created. So you can imagine that trying to disclose and meet targets of reduction of scope 3 emissions in the oil and gas sector, where everything in the economy is run on those. First of all, the reporting absolutely overlaps and inflates. And second of all, if you meet by 2030 absolute scope 3 emissions reductions targets, it's hard for me to see how you're an oil and gas company. So the blue are the names of the activist organizations that are doing that. So those are emissions disclosure targets. Next slide, please. This is on strategy and risk. Same thing here, but these are on banks and investment firms. So orange again are the companies. You see Bank of America, Citigroup, Travelers, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan is also on here. And these are shareholder resolutions to limit and end fossil fuel underwriting and financing. There's lots more in here. I just pulled these out as specific examples. One example, the New York City retirement asked the Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and JP Morgan Chase to disclose 2030 absolute greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets, et cetera, et cetera. So moving on to slide number 5, please. Thank you. So those are the types of resolutions that I'm talking about. Now, here's how the treasurer mentioned this. There are many organizations that try to work on this, and one of the criticisms I hear is that we shouldn't use Wyoming's investments as part of this battle. I totally agree with that. The trouble is the battle is already engaged. And you can see from the Maryland State Retirement, Oregon State Treasurer, Seattle City employees, Illinois State Treasurer's Office. These are all owners of assets that are part of this one example, which is called Climate Action 100. Climate Action 100 is 700 plus investors that command about 68 trillion in assets. It's divided into 2 parts. It's owners of assets like listed here. And then you can go to the next slide. And then on the other side are asset managers. And what they've agreed to by signing the Climate Action 100 is they have targeted certain companies. Occidental is one of them, and many other companies. They've targeted these companies. The owners of the assets have said you can use our assets as the leverage and the clout. And then the managers agree to engage with the targeted companies to drive certain criteria similar to what I listed in the first 2. So what I've listed here on this is the managers that manage some of Wyoming's assets. About a third of Wyoming's assets are managed by these managers listed here on this slide. They are signatories to this. So what I'm what I'm suggesting, and what I want the committee just to be aware of, as you're talking with the treasurer, thank you so much for showing those slides. When you're talking with the treasurer's office and thinking about how to move forward on state policy, is it's not just about the investment. I recognize, as Mr. Cole does, the complexity is there. But at a minimum, we should know on all of those proxy votes, how did our managers vote? How did they use our money in those situations? We know for a fact that some of them, in the case of the activist board takeover, not takeover, but the installation of 3 board members, activist board members in Exxon, that some of our managers voted for that. We should know what that is. And we should have a policy that does not allow for our managers using proxy votes to make votes that ultimately will, at the end of the day, turn oil and gas companies to force oil and gas companies into early retirement or to change direction early to the detriment of Wyoming and Wyoming's economy. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate your.
Mr. Obermiller, thank you for all your effort on this. I know it's a difficult topic and very complex. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Morning. Thank you for your comments first. And I just have one question. I take it you've seen the document, the Wyoming State Treasurer's Environmental, Social, and Governance Statement.
Madam Chairman, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
It's the statement, it's the statement that's in our packet. So.
The treasurer has handed you a copy.
Oh, what was online?
Yeah.
No, not that one. Anyway,
Madam Chairman, I've seen this just for this morning, and I saw the previous one at CapFin.
the previous.
But
it
the
was-
one you're talking about, I'm not.
The previous one, so the one that it was in the public documents that were online and distributed to the public before this meeting. Give you a chance to take a peek at it.
Okay.
Particularly those last 2 paragraphs, I think, are the most poignant for my question that I'm going to ask. Okay, you read it, and my question is, given what you just testified about the Petroleum Association and their feelings, which I understand completely and agree with a lot of them, doesn't that document, especially those last 2 paragraphs, fit exactly what you're looking for?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Overwheeler?
It might. I just don't know for sure, because again, what this is talking about is fiduciary decisions, and others can correct me here, regarding decisions the managers make about investing Wyoming's permanent funds and other investment funds. And I'm comfortable with that. I can understand Representative Walter's point, although I think he may have started at the wrong sentence. The pecuniary factors do not include the furtherance of social, political, or ideological interests, I think is fair. Maybe after that, I can see his point, but again, I want to make sure that we have robust oversight of what our managers are doing with regard to shareholder activism.
Okay.
I want to know what they're doing, and I want to know if we have a mechanism by which we can say, we're just not going to use you can't use our clout
Mhm.
for these ends.
And I understand that. And like I say, for me, I guess those 2 paragraphs get me there towards your goals. And I think all of our goals. And so that was my question.
And Madam Chairman, Senator Grew, the question is fair enough. And I would say if I'm open to be persuaded on that. If that does meet the goal, then I'm okay with not having legislation. I think it can be done through the treasurer's office. I'm not persuaded quite yet, but I'm persuadable.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I
All
have
right,
nothing
thank you.
further.
Additional questions, Representative Larson. Is there anyone else who wants to ask a question on this topic? Or may? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Pete, this is just a little bit of follow-up on Senator Garu's thing, and I hear your opening comments on where the legislature is and their role. We represent the people, and for the most part, people like us to stay the heck out of the road until they want us in the road, right? And that's kind of where we're at here, and we're trying to determine if you want us in the road or out of the road. And that is going to be based on what Senator Grew said. Are you guys comfortable with this public policy statement the investment board has? Does that get us where the Petroleum Association wants to be? Does that give us, you guys, the confidence we need to have? Or do we need legislation to do something? And if you feel, and that doesn't have to be today, during this interim. So as you hopefully kind of have this conversation with them and you don't feel it does, then give us some guidance, please, because we're not opposed to that. We're just trying to do it in the most efficient and the least intrusive way.
Mr.
Madam
Obermuller.
Chairman, thank you. It wasn't talked about this morning, so right now I'm not comfortable with the statement in terms of covering the issue of what our managers that manage a third of our investments are doing. Now, at your next meeting or at some future time, perhaps the treasurer's office will come back and say, here's how we're going to tackle that. And then I would be okay. And I think we have that time. I mean, you tell me, I think we have that time.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I happen to agree with you. I think that this is an issue for the legislature. I think that when you're dealing with public funds, that the state legislature does have a say in how that should be used. If you go back in recent history with regard to disinvestment of public policy that is so abhorrent to what we believe in, whether it was apartheid or sanctions against a foreign government that's acting against the interests of the American people. I think the legislative body does have a responsibility to weigh in on that. If it's an attack on coal or oil or gas, I think that we as the people's body have a say in that. And that's why I supported those two bills last session on ESG. So I think the difficulty is coming up with a language that protects not only the investments that we have, but at the same time, the will of the people of Wyoming. And I've heard loud and clear in my constituency how they feel about it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Salazar. Mr. Obermuller, I did not hear your testimony to be that you were asking for a bill. Are you asking for legislation?
Madam Chairman, not yet. No. Like I said just a few minutes ago, I think it can be handled at the treasurer's office. And I know that they do have systems in place and they're working toward making sure. I think it involves perhaps another person they can clarify, but making sure that they have someone who has just a closer eye on proxy voting in particular.
And I just want to fine tune another point to Senator Salazar's constituents and my people from Fremont County, knowing of how much my dinner plate was filled from the oil and gas industry, that had we passed those bills, companies like Devon, EOG, Exxon would be harmed because we would not be allowed to invest in those companies because they have ESG policies, which put food directly in my mouth. And so the people of Fremont County's jobs would be jeopardized. Do you think that's a fair statement? I know they're angry, but I'm not sure that there's a full appreciation of the complexities of what is currently happening so rapidly in our oil and gas industries.
Madam Chairman, I appreciate you, and I know, I understand this. I'm skating on thin ice here.
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter, there was opportunity to amend those bills in a way that would have made them more palatable. As originally written, I think you're probably correct.
Thank you, Representative, or Mr. Obermuller. Any further questions for Mr. Obermuller? All right, I see Mr. Schultz is here. Public comment, Mr. Schultz? Representing a similar industry of Mr. Obermuller? Okay. Representative Co-Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So I appreciate the last 5 slides that you presented, because it kind of goes to the crux of what the issue is. And just for other examples, there's the Biden administration, and I'm reading from an article that was in the Bar Journal talking about the laws of CCUS. And by the way, our governor has a policy of 0 emissions. And so that's not in itself a bad policy. It's just how you get there. Because we have a 0 emissions policy that we want to be through CCUS and clean technology. But there are over 20 states now that have adopted a 0 emissions green policy by the year 2030 or 2050, whatever it is. And look at this is just the tip of the iceberg of what you just showed us. So the question is, your question is, what you're asking is, can we ensure or help you, the oil and gas industry, by having policies that protect you to continue to produce in Wyoming? And the answer is absolutely. That's exactly what we want to do. But how do we want to do it? We want to do it in an agnostic way. Let's take an easier example. Take Pacific Corp. Pacific Corp is slowly strangling our coal. Just that simple. And so what, you know, we kick him in the butt on one side, and then we feed him, pull him on the edge of the donkey on the other side, and give him grass hay, because we wanted that coal to burn longer. But we know that we're eventually moving to a position where we're going to have 0 emissions. And so to adopt a policy to basically say, we don't want to work with scope 1 and scope 3 folks, is literally, you know, it's counterproductive to getting anything done. And it's not going to save us money. It's going to lose us money. And the idea that we don't see the writing on the wall and make the best out of it, to me, doesn't make sense. So if you can come up with some type of concept where we can articulate our positions, but it doesn't stranglehold and cause us to lose money, then that's what we'd be happy to do it. But like those 2 bills that we dealt with early last year, they hurt us more than they helped us. And every time that we tweak your policy, we're actually strangling ourselves a little bit more, because we want to catch everybody. And then you become the ESG, or now however you want to call it, Gestapo, saying, okay, if you're doing it and you do it, then we have the ability to not invest. And we can go to the board meeting in BlackRock and say, we don't want you to do this. Well, we're not going to have enough shares and votes on the BlackRock board to fix that. And if they have a diversity policy, they're one of our best return private entities out there. So we don't want to divest ourselves of BlackRock, and we don't want to become an overly aggressive investor that impedes our ability to make the maximum return. And so if there's a balance that we can find, and we can have our cake and eat it too, that'd be great. But I don't see how that can happen. And if industry could come up with a way to do that, that'd be wonderful. And we'll help you any way we can to do it. So
I think, I'm not sure, Co-Chairman. Yeah, and I believe, yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Co-Chairman, thank you. And I think, Mr. Obermuller, you reflected your understanding of that. Certainly, the Wyoming legislature is in full support of the oil and gas industry here in Wyoming and recognize the concerns that this issue faces to the future of Wyoming. The problem is ensuring that we provide thoughtful solutions that don't cut off our nose to spite our face, recognizing that the road to hell is paved with good intentions and a response to emotional populism, which may not be the right result at the right time. So we have to be smarter and thoughtful before we wreck our own future with this emotionalism, right? So with that, any final comments from the committee or questions back to the treasurer? It's 10:11. We will break at 10:15. So 1 minute, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a quick question. I really appreciate this and the opportunity to learn more and listen to different perspectives. Mr. Treasurer, I think the most important thing that we should be able to do to get the right result for Wyoming is to set your office up for success, your agency. Because that's going to be the leadership position in terms of policy across the state. And so my question is, do you have in your tool bag right now the ability to do the right things with regard to what Mr. Obermuller was referring to and Mr. Cole in terms of holding the line for Wyoming on doing the right thing?
I'll just say that to bring everybody up to speed, we did pass a proxy authorization to hire a proxy manager in the last SLIB board meeting. And we bypassed some of the normal processes there. We may bring it back around, but right now the treasurer's office can just hire somebody. We're looking at the RFPs and we're moving forward on that. So the tools are already there. What this statement does is give us guidance. Without this statement, we'll operate on our own I guess, schedule and our own values, and those are pretty much in this. I will tell you that anything that we do is that we will cost it to find out whether there is a cost associated with it. Just to let you guys understand is that we're not going to be cowboys and run out there and shoot first and ask questions later. We're going to implement this prudently, thoughtfully, with or without the passage of this particular statement. But I do want to try to get, and I thank you for your input in all candor. It was some of these things were put in here to get your input. So you understand what we're looking at is that we've got the good senator from Fremont County, the good senator from Natrona County, asking me to do two different things. And that's to put together a statement that is hard on ESG, but on the other statement and that's why we've had some of these things in here that necessarily were I guess, gave us some wiggle room, were more opinion. And that was guiding opinion as to what we should do. And so we'll try to move forward on this. I'm not going to move forward within a vacuum. I want you guys to know that anytime that you want to call and you've got a good idea about what should be going in here, we'll put it in there. We'll cost it out. We'll price it. We'll look at the pros and cons of it. But what I'm going to try to do is to get it back to, as the good senator from Natrona County said, we're going to try to get it back to language that is for implementation and direction. And we may have some fiery press releases about that looks more like legislative findings on a press release, and that's probably where those firing and that type of incendiary language should be.
Thank you for the warning, Treasurer. I hope we all can have our red steak and eat it too instead of cake. Senator Guru, and then we're going to end this topic. I think we've hit it to exhaustion for the time allotted.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Treasurer Meyer, for being here today, and thank you for sharing. And I guess I appreciate very much that last comment you just said, because I want to make sure everybody understands where I'm coming from on this. We're a small state population-wise. The state of Wyoming decides to boycott something because we don't like their policy. whatever it is, probably doesn't even make the news. Because we're a small state, not a lot of people, not a lot of dollars. But in this area, with over $20 billion in investment portfolio, we move markets. Markets look at what we're doing. They see what we're doing. They react to what we're doing. This is important. So all I want to know, when you're talking about the money, it's the taxpayers of the state of Wyoming, the retirees of the state of Wyoming, who all depend on these investments. 1 out of every $4 in our general fund come from these investment dollars. We have a responsibility. The treasurer knows he has a responsibility to make sure that we have, in his words, the highest total return on a risk-adjusted basis. That is our North Star. Yes, we need to make sure that our values and our industries are brought into that equation. And we may differ in our opinions about how that's nuances of that, but make no mistake, I think we all agree on that. But if there's a cost, and I'll go back, the state of California in the late 70s, early 80s decided as an investment policy, they were not going to invest in tobacco because of the health ramifications. It was important to them. Their fiduciaries, their investment advisors came back to the board and said, this is going to cost you $40 million in the short term in your investment portfolio. The board decided that was a fair thing to do. Eyes wide open, the costs were laid out and a decision was made. I expect, and I would demand, and I know you would too, Treasurer, that if we were to embark on such a path that had a cost, that you would want us all to know, you would want all the IFC to know, you'd want the SLIB board to know, and so we could all together make that decision together. And I hope going forward that we could work in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Treasurer,
Yeah.
thank you
Yes.
for your time on this. I think, depending on interest of the committee, this obviously issue is not going to go away. We're going to continue to see it for purposes of time today. We're going to end this. You're going to be back up here in, I think, 45 minutes, Treasurer. So we appreciate you. We'll be devoted to you this morning. Thank you all for your active participation on this very important issue for Wyoming. With that, we'll go on a 15-minute break and come back at 10:30. All right, committee, welcome back from our break. We are now over budget and out of time. It's 10:38, so we are 8 minutes late from our morning, but we've done a lot of good work this morning, and we're going to continue to do so. We're going to start with the Department of Environmental Quality and general updates from them. It's good to see you, Director Parfit. We'll go ahead and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality, and with me is Nancy Beer. She's the Administrator for the Air Quality Division. And a lot of what I'll talk about today really pertains to the Air Quality Division. So I'm here today kind of as an outgrowth of the discussions that we had with the Regulatory Reduction Task Force several weeks ago. And more specifically to address the question on what we identified as additional resources needed to solve issues related to the process for permit or license applicants that may be held up or slowed down. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about these resource needs of the agency, but I also want to recognize that DEQ's final proposed budget request will be submitted to the governor at the end of August. And we'll be meeting with the governor after that to go over the final proposed budget in September or October. So just as kind of a caveat to what we might talk about here today. So I provided a 3-page document that was an update of the summary that we provided to the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. It's not necessarily a comprehensive list of everything that would be in our budget request. There will probably be some other discussions that we will have down the road, in particular related to Title V and some adjustments that we're looking at there. So I just draw your attention to the document that I provided, the 3-page document. And this is lays it out into 4 parts. The first part, which we won't spend a lot of time on here today, I don't think, is the summary of instances where rules and regulations and statutes might be duplicative or more stringent than similar federal regulations. We continue to have that discussion with the task force. But as we have that conversation, we're looking to have a very strategic or incremental approach to addressing some of those items. And I just wanted to throw out a few for to kind of put some perspective on it. There may be areas where we can make some modifications to statutes or rules to make sure they're still necessary and achieving the results that we're intending. But there are a couple of instances where we're more stringent than the federal regulations, and that's been at the request of a particular industry because of the impacts that they might see just based on the unique nature of Wyoming. Typically, the federal government sets rules and standards, and that's the floor. And then they give states flexibility to look at state-specific issues and develop their own rules to address those. And it gets to one size doesn't fit all kind of regulation. So just a couple of quick examples. The first would be the Upper Green River Basin, the Jonah Field. When we started seeing some exceedances of the wintertime ozone levels, we worked very closely with industry. Industry was very proactive. We worked with other stakeholders, the citizens in the town of Pinedale and in that county. And we developed rules, quite frankly, that are more stringent than what the federal government would require, because we wanted to be aggressive and make sure that we would be able to continue oil and gas development in that area. And so that worked out very well. Another example is we have a facility in Sweetwater County that it has air emissions of hydrogen fluoride. And hydrogen fluoride at the time in the 70s, 80s, and 80s, it was determined that would have an adverse impact on livestock and their ability to gain weight. So the agricultural community contacted the DEQ back in the 70s and 80s, and we incorporated into our rules emission controls for hydrogen fluoride. So those are a couple of just quick examples of why we might see different requirements than what the federal government has, because it benefits certain industries within the state to do that. All right, so then we talked about the areas where a permit or license application might be slowed down in the process. And quite frankly, the two areas that we see the most would be incomplete applications or technical deficiencies. And the way we look at that is that not so much that the industry or the consultants don't have the ability to do it correctly, is that maybe our directions, our guidance isn't clear enough. And so we want to explore how we can make it easier for the consultants and the regulated community to be able to fill out those applications correctly the first time. And then there's a 2A to this part, and that's how the agency's internal workflow may be contributing to slowing down in the permitting process. And probably the biggest thing, and one of the things that we need to talk about the most, is that staffing vacancies, and particularly in air quality, we've seen a 25% vacancy rate for close to 2 years in the air quality division. We see vacancies in the other divisions, but they're cyclic and they're pretty standard from what we've seen in past years. But air quality is the real challenge for us right now. And to explain a little bit why that is, gets to the bullet on paragraph E, which we're looking at a lot of new rules coming down from EPA for air quality. And just as an example, between now and October of 2024, there will be final rules coming down from EPA for 70 new rules that our staff have to review, develop comments for, determine whether or not that's going to impact the state of Wyoming, and then determine whether or not we need to provide any statutory changes in order to incorporate the new federal requirements into our process. We'll look at whether or not we have to develop new rules. And we also have to develop state implementation plans for each of these new rules. And once we've done that, then there's the outreach to the regulated community, the implementation of the new rules, and then compliance assistance to the regulated community on the new requirements. That's probably the biggest area. And because of all of these new rules, what we're seeing is that EPA is expanding their workforce to manage those. Other states are expanding their workforce as well and adding FTEs. And as an example, EPA's oil and gas methane rule, which we've commented on, Ohio had estimated that it would take 26 new full-time employees to implement just that one rule. We haven't done that analysis at this point, but we've recognized and commented that there would be additional resources needed for us to implement the rule if it were to go forward in the form that it was presented. So those are the big things that have an impact on the rate at which we are able to get permits out of the agency and to the permittee. So the third part of the discussion and the question that was asked with the task force was, what are the additional resources that are needed to solve the issues that we're dealing with? And so I'll walk through these a little bit and talk a little bit about them. And the first one is, and we've been exploring this as an option, looking at how can we get a better retention rate with air quality staff, and also for recruiting purposes. And so the first thing is that we're looking at is there a budget adjustment that we can make for certain air quality positions that would provide the agency with the flexibility to offer salaries up to the midpoint or MPP based on experience. We've looked at which positions that would be beneficial to do that with. We've identified 49 positions within the air quality division. The cost of that preliminarily would be for the biennium would be about $1 million. And the split on that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 700,000 of general funds and 300,000 of other funds. So it's something that we're looking at. We haven't got that totally baked out, but that we think would provide a little bit of relief to for retention and recruitment. One of the things that I will mention too, as part of this, is that the state of Colorado, over the last couple of years, they added 120 new air quality positions just in Colorado. And I'm not sure if it's in addition to or included in that, but for the I believe it was for the winter, or not the wintertime ozone, but the ozone transport. They added, the courts directed them to add 27 new FTE. Now, I'm not sure if that's part of the 120 or if it's in addition to the 120, but point being is that they're adding a lot of staff and they're competing for the same workforce talent that we're competing for. And we're seeing the same thing at Region 8. In fact, I was made aware of that EPA Region 8 is actively recruiting our staff to move to Denver. So that's quite the additional challenge. Anyway, so that's the first item that we're exploring as part of our budget development. And the second one that's similar, very related, is that we're looking at, we're talking with the Department of Administration and Information currently about creating a new pay class for technical positions in air quality. So you have environmental natural resource engineers or scientists. What we're looking for is, would it be worthwhile if we had an air quality natural resource position? So it'd be very specific, and then you would do your salary survey or your market survey on salaries based on very focused analysis for air quality. I don't know if that will yield positive results or not, but that's something that A&I is looking at for us currently. The next item, again, related to staffing, I've listed the divisions where I think we may benefit from additional staff in 5 of our divisions. And these are, quite frankly, our permitting divisions. Air quality, we've talked about, and their need is to address the new federal rules. We're seeing some new challenges with Title V permitting. What we're seeing is that the Title V permits, and these are our majors, if you want to put it in that context, our major emitters would be your Title V facilities. Those Title V facilities and the applications coming in, we're losing ground. And so it's taking longer, and that list of new applicants coming in, the inventory is getting larger. So we were probably around 30 Title V permits in the program that we were addressing at any one time, and now we're up at around 50. And so we're trying to prevent those from becoming part of our backlog, but it takes our staff currently, we're able to get out maybe 3 to 4 permits out the door annually because they are very significant permitting actions. So you can see that we're not able to keep up with the new ones coming in.
Director Parker, remind me if you would on those air quality permits, is there a time limit that you're required to have those completed by, or is that not governed? I was thinking there's some that were.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Representative Larson, and Nancy or Ms. Veer will correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's 18 months for the Title V permits. 18 months.
Director, just to give us a context, can you give an example of one of those big emitters, one of those Title V permits? Is there a real on the world example we can look at? You can tell us about?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, an example would be the electric generating units with utilities. And they actually represent about a little over 50% of the Title V fees that we collect. The Trona mines would be another.
Thank you.
So then the water quality division and of interest over the last several years is the Class 6 carbon sequestration program. We became a primacy state for the carbon sequestration program in 2020. We were one of 2 states, North Dakota is the other, that have primacy. We're seeing some good activity there. Right now, we have 6 applications in-house. We expect another 20 within this coming year. And then after that, a little bit looser on the numbers, but somewhere around 40 applications down the roads. So there is more activity there. In order to keep pace, we would be looking at additional FTE to be able to manage that growing area of interest. The other thing that we'll be looking at is resource needs on emerging contaminants. And what I mean by emerging contaminants is the perfluoroalkyl substances, or what's referred to as PFOA and PFAS. This is material that has been found in firefighting foam, but it's also in things like your nonstick pans, dental floss. It's throughout society. And we're working nationally with EPA and other states and organizations on how we identify it, because the MCL is 4 parts per trillion. And it's, so the technology can detect to maybe 4 parts per trillion. And there aren't a lot of best practices or treatment technologies out there. And so it's all something that's currently in development. So that's why we're working very closely with EPA and the other states to find out ways to address this where we find it. Some states have found it in greater quantities in their states than what we found in Wyoming.
Representative Larson.
So is it hard to detect how do we know that 4 parts per trillion is the amount if it's that difficult to determine?
Director.
So Madam Chair, Representative Larson, so EPA has done, well, actually several states and EPA have done studies to determine what the appropriate risk level is for the different constituents. And there are numerous different PFOA and PFAS constituents in that class. But they're only focusing on a few right now that they have information for. It is a known carcinogen. They have across the country found it in different drinking water supplies. And that's why we're pushing forward with doing some studies to determine if and where PFAS might exist within the state of Wyoming. So then with land quality, we're looking at our permitting crew there for the non-coal, primarily because we're seeing more activity with gold mines, rare earth resources, other minerals besides coal that we're determining whether or not we need additional resources to address that. And so the sand and gravel and construction materials all are part of the projects that are being funded federally through the IIJA. Don't ask me what that stands for. I can't remember anymore, but I call it the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. So because of those things, there's a lot of activity that require a lot of minerals to support that. And so we're looking at what resources we might need there. With solid waste, we're looking at our electronic records as we have migrated more and more to electronic capabilities for electronic permitting, electronic reporting, archiving, et cetera. Do we have the right resources in place to manage that? And then with industrial siting, lastly, the number of projects that we have on the chalkboard are pretty extensive. We've been pretty busy. I think we have maybe 13 or 14 projects that are potentially coming to the Industrial Siting Council. We have a staff, including the administrator, of 1.5 FTE. And so we'll be examining that. And that's a tough one to really get a handle on, because you add an FTE and then things could quickly slow down. And if you look at the history of the Industrial Siting Act, we averaged up until about 2008, we averaged 1 permit a year. So the 1.5 FTE was appropriate. But since then, with wind energy projects, solar projects, expansion of trona mines, the gold mines, the rare earth projects, the nuclear projects, all require some level of engagement with the Industrial Siting Division. So we'll be evaluating whether or not there's a need for additional resources and if we can justify it for the long term. So I don't have a number or a dollar amount that I can share with you that we think that we're going to be having in our budget request, but I can tell you that for those types of positions, the salary for the biennium, the 100 series rather, for the biennium for those positions would be somewhere between 320,000 and 420,000 would be the range for the biennium for a position. So the next item is on 900 series funding. It'd be remiss if I didn't mention, we certainly appreciated the additional funding that the legislature provided this last session. There was $1.5 million for modeling purposes related to permitting. We've had some challenges with filling those particular air quality positions. So that is what we're using those funds for, is to do the modeling associated with the permitting so that those don't slow down the process of getting the permits out. In addition to that, for the 900 series, we would be looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million for what's called exceptional events. And what exceptional events are, to put it simply, is mostly for us, it's wildfires. So that when we have wildfires in California or up along the West Coast, in Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, they impact our air quality monitors. And so we want to remove the data that isn't related to anthropogenic type emissions. And so there's a process in the Clean Air Act that we can go through and make a demonstration that the air monitors that are impacted by exceptional events can be extracted from the data as we're making demonstrations to EPA that we are achieving the air quality standard, the national ambient air quality standards. And we've done this in the past, but they take a lot of time. Each exceptional event package ranges, depending on the complexity, from anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 to prepare that package and send that down to EPA. So that's why we'll be looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million for a request for 900 series to do that through contract. The other part of this is regional haze. We'd be looking at funding for regional haze round 2 and regional haze round 3. So let me back up and tell you a little bit about what regional haze is. Regional haze is a visibility standard. It's intended to improve visibility at 156 class 1 areas. And these would be like your national parks, wilderness areas, and things like that. We are still in litigation with EPA over round 1. We submitted our plan for round 2, and EPA has until the end of August of this year to provide us with either they're going to accept our plan or they're going to reject our plan. We'll wait and see what they do at that time. Round 3, and they tend to try to do these on 10-year increments. It's a little off because of all of the litigation that's happened with all the states. But the round 3 state implementation plan will have to start working on soon because it's due to EPA by 2028. So there will likely be some additional litigation associated with that. There will be, I'm sure, some clarifications that we'll have to provide to EPA to support the plan that we submitted. But that covers the 900 series. And then there's a list of other things like conducting lean management and Kaizen processes. And we've done this in the past with success. And essentially what you do is you look at the process for a permitting activity and take Title V as an example. We would work with the staff. You would have a consultant that would facilitate this. We would work with the staff and then work with the regulated community. They'd be part of the assessment as to what are the steps that are actually necessary to get to permit issuance. And maybe there are redundancies, or maybe there are steps that had a purpose years ago, but no longer exist. And so it streamlines that process. And then you continually work through the process to keep it as streamlined as possible. We haven't done that since prior to the pandemic. So and it varies by program. So there are 28 permitting processes that could theoretically go through the lean management process. But I would suggest that we would look at it as to where we get the biggest bang for the buck, start out with those, and then progress as we can with the others.
Director, we have a question from Senator Anderson.
Madam Chairman, you're doing lean Kaizen. Do you also do Six Sigma?
Director.
Madam Chair, Senator Anderson, I don't think we've done the Six Sigma. Most of it's been the lean Kaizen management. I kind of view them all as the same, but I'm not sure what the differences are between the two.
Senator Guru? No? All right. We're running out of time, Director, but I
think
have the same amount of time allotted, but I don't think it was enough to begin with. So please proceed, but
Quickly.
Quickly.
Thank you. So then just to kind of wrap it up, the other things that we're looking at are developing guidance documents and outreach. We already have in place regular meetings with our trade associations to talk about any issues that we're having or any issues they're having to try to get ahead of the curve on those things. And then there's just a few other things here that I think we need to do, but there would be no cost associated with completing those, like updating our website, funding to enhance IT capabilities and reporting. For this biennium, we won't have a request for funding. We think we've have resources available for what we need to do to make those improvements. We'll probably be working with ETS to develop a business plan for the following buy-in. So anyway, so that pretty much sums it up. There was a question about where we were with the position that would assist applicants in navigating and permitting and licensing processes of the agency. Hire will happen probably this week. So that's moving along. No, the hire will be this week.
Yeah.
So Todd, my question is, what we'd like to do is help you expedite this process as opposed to just putting 5 or 8 new positions in your budget proposal. Frankly, we want you to start looking and hiring it now. So and I'm looking at Kevin and basically the governor's office, if we need to be 11 funds to get this thing rocking and rolling, in order to effectuate your, adroitly hiring new personnel, particularly in air quality, we'd like to do it however we can do it. So.
Director Parfit, the universe is yours. Full access to B11.
Madam Chair, Representative Nicholas, the thing that we're looking at right now with the being able to go to MPP in the budget, I think is probably the most impactful thing that we can do for retention and for recruitment. Not sure how that process would work outside the budget process, but happy to take a look at that with the governor's office and this committee for sure.
I guess for clarity from the co-chairman, the issue that we're trying to solve is related to the vacancies in air quality. Is that correct?
As I understand it, that's the greatest need.
Yes.
That's in front of you that was the most likely on staffing issues to cause a backlog and getting permits out. Is that fair?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Director Parfit, what is Colorado offering for their pay range for the 120 open positions in their air quality division?
Madam Chair, I'm going to look to Nancy. I don't know if she might have that data.
I don't have all the data, but I do know for their PE, they start them at 110,000. So we have had staff leave from the air quality division on salaries going to other state air agencies and going to the federal government that has a higher pay scale and to private industry and consulting.
So there's a federal EPA office and that's in this region 8, and that's located in Denver, I assume.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
And how many employees in air quality does the EPA hire? I don't expect you to know that answer, but no doubt dozens.
So
or more hundreds.
Nancy.
So I can tell you that recently the EPA hired 2 staff just for regional haze. So they are beefing up their staffing as they roll out their grants in these other programs. They're in the hiring push. And so we don't have figures of exactly how many vacancies they have, but we know that they're trying to fill those quite rapidly.
So it's fair to say that within 100-mile radius, you are competing with a direct public employer competitor for about at least 140 positions conservatively. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I would say at least that. And then you have the industry as well.
So Co-Chairman Nicholas, recognizing that the state of Colorado is their starting pay for the same job, $110,000, what do you suggest would be our guidance from this committee for the starting pay for an employee in the air quality division?
111.
$1. Further discussion from the committee?
So Mr.
Co-Chairman.
Madam Co-Chair, I would like to have probably sit down with you and with someone from the governor's office and A&I and figure out a way to fast track this. And because right now, nothing's going to happen until at the earliest March. I mean, it's a big enough deal for us, I think, that based upon, based upon what you've been telling us for the last several months, that the faster we move, the faster you can get your work done. The faster you're going to help industry and help the state of Wyoming. And so I just think it ought to be a priority that we fast track at least a certain amount of positions. And then we can catch up with it, the rest of it through the budget and through the process of reviewing all the salaries and walking through the process.
And I guess
Understand why we can't kind of have our cake and eat it too on this particular example.
Well, briefly to clarify, what is the starting salary or the pay band for our open positions in air quality?
Madam Chair, I don't recall offhand because the salary adjustments just came through. But I would say probably around 90,000.
Representative Larson, or well, let's go to Don here. He takes priority over all of us.
Madam Chairman, unfortunately, the agenda was not developed as cleanly as it possibly could have been because of some other obligations. Nevertheless, A&I, Human Resources, is on your agenda at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and they will be discussing this specific issue as well as some other MPP issues. So just for your knowledge.
Don, thank you. Very helpful. Director, do you plan on being here this afternoon with A&I?
Madam Chair, I will be.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea. Representative Larson.
Thank you. And Madam Chairman, just some thoughts. You'll recall that we kind of done an emergency response during the supplemental session where we provided not only the million and 1.5 million, I think, for contract labor to do the modeling, but then we also got an emergency position that fills a position of ombudsman and a couple of others. And that was really not at the request of the agency, but at the request of industry that says, we're really concerned about getting these permits on time. We're leveraging on new construction with loans. And if, it impacts us if these are slow. The director acknowledged that. And when we suggested, well, could we give you some help? He about fell over to think that we would make that offer. So I think this is really being driven more by industry, as we've seen in Southwest Wyoming and around the state, just a large number of large projects coming on, and we've not responded. In addition to the federal requirements, we just have not responded in that agency over the last few years to accommodate their workload.
Well, and then to follow up on that, we know that we went through hardship times and there was a freeze on all new employees for probably 3 years running. And it's just catching up to us. So.
Well, Director, thank you. We did only allot 30 minutes this morning. As indicated, it looks like your number one priority and the biggest concern for the agency is filling some of those air quality positions. Not to say there's not other important pressing needs, but since we'll be addressing that this afternoon, we'll go ahead and complete this topic unless there's any final comments you'd like to make to us before we close this out.
So Madam Chair, just the last thing, appreciate the opportunity to be here and have the conversation, and air quality is where the action is at the state and federal level.
All right. Thank you, Director. Good to see you. We'll see you again this afternoon. All right, committee, just for housekeeping items, so you know what your day looks like, and for the Treasurer's Office and Retirement Board, we're 15 minutes or about 17 minutes now behind schedule. We'll go ahead and turn now to the State Treasurer and the Wyoming Retirement System compensation. Any public comment on DEQ on air quality positions? Anyone disagree that they need employees? All right. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair. So you'll get the full hour as allotted in the agenda. So committee will plan on breaking for lunch around 12:15, 12:25. We'll just continue to push that back. From this afternoon, when we come back, probably we'll plan on doing that about 1:15, 1:30. So messaging to the Governor's Chief of Staff, Chief Perkins about coming back for ETS. That'll probably be around 1:15, 1:30 when we'll go ahead and address that. So just signaling to everybody what the next few hours will look like for our day. Director Spindell, come on forward. All right, Director, if you could start. Treasurer, you can come forward too and bring your team as well. And I think there's enough chairs. And I am starting with you, Director, recognizing that you may be more pithy than our good treasurer. Just letting everyone know. Director Swindell, please begin if you can, if you're prepared.
Madam Chairman, I'm David Swindell, the Executive Director of the Wyoming Retirement System. It's a pleasure to be back with this committee again. Thanks for your time yesterday. I'm joined at my right, your left, Sam Masudi, our Chief Investment Officer, and behind me is one of our Senior Investment Officers, Andy Mayer. And we're here to answer questions about and discuss performance compensation in the Wyoming Retirement System. And it's a complementary system because Treasury also has an investment operation and they're involved with performance compensation as well. The program was set up in 2019 to address compensation issues in the investment team. It is an industry that has high levels of compensation, and wages Arno was in state government. Arno was compatible with that, and to address issues of turnover and fairness. The compensation program was adopted to provide an opportunity to pay performance pay if the team did well. The program at WRS is fairly simple. It is based upon a 3-year rolling average. And the comparison is against the board strategic benchmark. If the team beats the benchmark, we calculate the dollars added to the portfolio. 2% of those dollars feed a potential bonus bucket. And then the team can access that bucket depending upon their base wages and the percentage of base wages authorized by the program. Sam can earn 100% of his pay. He can double his pay. The seniors have 75%, investment officers 50%, and analysts with the result of legislation last session can earn a 35% bonus. The bonus is paid out over 3 years in a 25%, 25%, 50% increment. And we report on all this. The board sets the benchmark. The board's independent investment consultant, currently Makita Incorporated, provides the benchmark and provides how the benchmark performs during a given period. The independent consultant also calculates our performance. The team does not do that. And then so those are the basic inputs into the performance measurement system. So it all comes from the board's independent investment consultant. And then we calculate what performance pay is due. And then that is verified in our office independently from Sam's team by our finance department. And also independently from Sam's team, we have an internal audit department. And then we send the whole thing back to Makita for them to review the final calculations to make sure that we didn't abuse their inputs. And then we report that back to the Capital and Finance Committee and this committee in a report that's due to you by 1 November every year. The system is working pretty well. We haven't had any staff turnover. It seems to have addressed these issues. I'm very thankful for the legislature's willingness to keep up the base pay, which is a part of this. And we did that in the session last time. I think stability on the investment team is an important component of investment performance. So far this year, we don't have the final 30 June returns yet. But it is a 3-year average. And most of it's already baked in. The team did well, and they're going to beat their benchmark handily, really. And it will feed the performance bucket enough to authorize a performance pay this next iteration, I do believe. The other thing that's important is on an absolute return basis, the team has provided a lot of value add. And it wasn't always so. As I told the Capital and Finance Committee when we reviewed on this same topic, if you go back to 2008, Great Recession, this fund, the Wyoming Retirement System Pension Fund, we lost almost 30%. The median fund went down by about 26%. That's a 4% delta. That's $400 million on a $10 billion operation. And the trouble of it is when it's as important in down markets to lose less, because when markets return, say it goes up 10%, 10% of what? We had less what in the game. And that underperformance continued. In 2011, it was a terrible investment year. The average fund, the median fund, only gained 1%. Wyoming lost 1.5%, another 2.5% delta. So it became very important to implement an investment team, because prior to that, the system did not have a professional investment team. You go back to 2008 and a 2007 management council audit, it was recommended you might want to have an investment team, because right now the board was selecting individual bond and stock managers. I think there were 14 managers that the lay board was managing. Well, Sam's been with us since 2013. We've gradually built out the team, and it's resulted in substantial outperformance, and performance compensation, I believe, has been an important component of that. Sam's always a little reluctant to talk about these things because it's part of his personal compensation. Nonetheless, he is our senior investment or our chief investment officer, and has important comments on the industry and how this plays into things. Sam,
let's talk about the money.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think I won't repeat a lot of what Dave has said, but I do want to reiterate how grateful we are for all of you having passed this legislation. I think we've been working on this for probably 6 or 7 years. As I look up at the committee, several of you have been along for the ride the entire time and have been instrumental in putting this in place. So we're very grateful for that. Over the past 5 years, we've produced about $739 million in excess profit. And I'm highly confident that wouldn't have happened without the performance compensation plan, because it's enabled us to recruit better talent and retain people. And we're always going to have some people depart for various reasons. And over time, there might be some people who don't perform. But overall, it's been an incredible help. And I think that it's critical, if we want to maintain this program, that you all and all of their stakeholders have confidence in the integrity of the program. So we've set up a process that's consistent with the statute and to letter and spirit. And then we've added a couple additional checks on top of that so that we can be very confident that everything is calculated correctly and accurately, and that everything's being done properly. And I think, as Dave mentioned, there's several internal checks as opposed, and in addition to several external checks. So for instance, our performance comp is based on our official performance. We're compensated at a total fund level. And so there's not a whole lot of room for discretion, and performance is reconciled by our third-party independent consultant with our custodian, Northern Trust. They receive statements from the managers directly. They don't go through the investment group, and then they reconcile them independently. And then the investment group will check it as well as a backup check. But that gives us great confidence that everything is calculated accurately. And then the performance, there's a model that calculates the performance comp. The inputs for that are the total fund performance, which I just went over, and then other employee specific information such as hire date and salary and things like that. And so those are both verified by several parties. They feed into the model, and then the model is checked by several parties as well, including, as Dave mentioned, Makita, which is our third-party consultant. And to give everyone a little more confidence in the process, we require Makita and the internal auditor and the internal accountant to write memos saying that they have checked everything. They're putting their reputations on the line. And so that gives us additional comfort. So maybe I will stop there and see if anybody has any questions for us.
Questions for Wyoming Retirement System, Senator Kinsky?
So, yes, directing your attention to the interim topic, JC priority number 2. I think you might have a copy of that or the memo from Catherine Cameron. And the second line of it contains this review will include evaluating the need for an independent auditor review of benchmarks and compliance with program requirements by the retirement system STO. In other words, an independent assurance that the benchmarks aren't being sandbagged, in the nomenclature of the layman, so to speak. And you made reference to you have an outside audit now. Do you think that what you're doing now satisfies the thrust of this second sentence of what our interim topic asks of us as a committee?
Great question. Director Sam?
Madam Chairman, Senator Kinsky, in my opinion, it does. Makita Investment is a qualified independent investment consulting firm with excellent abilities to do this, and they are hired by the board. They're not hired by the investment team. So for our processes, I'm confident in it. We're always open to add more processes if this committee or others want to do that. You could always hire yet another consultant to check on the consultant. But in my opinion, the processes are compliant with the statute and compliant with, as Sam said, not only the statute, but the spirit of the statute.
Thank you, Director. I think a little out of order here, but direct Senator Kinsky's question to the Treasurer's office. Do you have a third-party independent entity reviewing the compensation? And
Madam Chairman, my name is Norman LeBlanc. I'm the newly appointed COO, and I've reviewed the compensation program, performance compensation program. And we do have in multiple independent groups reviewing the performance calculation, including an external auditor who does a full review of agreed procedures, the IFC who reviews the benchmarks, the SLIB who reviews the benchmarks, and our independent third-party advisor who reviews the benchmarks. So there are multiple layers of independent review of the benchmarks in the calculation.
And so addressing Senator Kinsky's question directly, do you feel that satisfies the purpose of this committee, the JAC, in evaluating whether or not you're properly audited concerning that performance compensation?
Madam Chairman, I do believe that it does. I also believe that if this body would like additional oversight, that's possible. That is possible at a cost. And there is a declining benefit and an increasing cost for increasing those controls. But it is, of course, something that we would be happy to entertain if you would like us to, in fact, outsource the entire process to a third party and have them do it completely independently. My suggestion is that you would be spending an enormous amount of money to protect a very small amount of money that is being paid out in performance compensation, and that might not be something that you want to do.
So there are questions or follow-up on this question? Anyone? All right, seeing none, we might just switch to the Treasurer's office now if we can, stay close. And committee, just so you know, we do have a 70-page memo prepared to us with an hour time and 2 agencies to discuss performance compensation. So not realistically possible for us to do a 70-page memo and to hear from two of the entities. So we are just going to jump right in and start swimming without going through probably the more analytical approach we're more comfortable with. But to the treasurer's office, Matt, welcome. You want to
Thank you,
introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Chairman Nicholas, and members of the committee, Matt Sack with the State Treasurer's Office. Following up, we did prepare a small PowerPoint to walk through a few things.
Would you like us to, can we share that?
I was trying to pull it up for Karen. I'm not allowed to share.
And I think a copy of that was handed out to you as well. Katie, it's on your desks, I think.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Treasurer's Office plan to kind of give just a high level overview of the plan. Because I know we'll be discussing this, I think further through the summer. And I know there's a number of new committee members, so just trying to get everyone kind of caught up on how the plan works and then we can move forward from there.
Matt, I want to know, did you pay Ogden a commission to put that on the?
You'll have to talk to the treasurer about that, Mr. Chairman. So I'll start with a quick overview and I was planning to introduce Norm, but we already got that accomplished. So Norm is our new COO and he's going to walk through more of the controls and process. I was going to just touch quickly on the basically overview of the plan, although I'll try not to repeat much of what the good WRS has said because it's very similar in most aspects. As they said, it was created in 2019. The performance comp is based on the team's outperformance compared to the benchmarks. This is known as alpha. The SDO plan does differ from the WRS plan because our plan is based 50% on total fund and 50% on individual asset class performance. So half of their compensation is based on the total fund, but different members of the investment team are paid on individual asset classes such as real estate, equity, fixed income, those types of asset classes. So as there were said, the maximum percentage of compensation and payout is dependent on the position, which generally has to do with responsibility. The CIO can make 100% down to the analysts, which thankful to the legislature for raising that rate from 25% to 35% in this legislative session that accompanied the raises to the investment team. So appreciative of that consideration. In addition, payments shall not exceed 2% of the investment outperformance. So as WRS was explaining, you look at the total alpha and only 2% of that would be available to go to pay for performance to the staff. And as WRS said, the payments are made over 3 years, 25% the first year, 25% the second year, and 50% the third year. That's in an attempt to try to help with retention of those staff because they don't receive all that in 1 year. So it provides a little more incentive to keep the staff, in the office and doing good work for us. So that's a quick overview of the performance plan, and I'll turn it over to Norm for some more explanation.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I'd like to just very briefly at a high level go through some of the control points and our process. The process is founded on the benchmarks. The benchmarks are determined by RVK, our independent consultant, in consultation with our CIO. Those benchmarks are then, as part of the asset allocation and IPS development and approval process, presented to the IFC. The IFC reviews these and then after review approves the performance compensation program benchmarks. Additionally, the CIO, RVK, and the IFC present the IPS, including the performance compensation and performance reporting benchmarks to the SLIB. SLIB then debates these and approves them. At the end of the fiscal year, our investment advisor, RVK, calculates the performance. They calculate that independently. They calculate it from materials they receive from the managers, from our independent custodian, JP Morgan, from published sources such as the benchmark providers' websites, and some information from our finance unit. The comparisons of our performance to the benchmark performance are provided to us both in percentage and dollar terms. And that information is provided to the State Treasurer's Office. Those numbers are utilized in spreadsheets by the State Treasurer's Office to calculate the actual performance compensation that goes to each individual. Those Excel spreadsheets, all of the calculations and the underlying enabling acts go to our external auditor, MHP, who produces a very thorough review, cell by cell, of that Excel spreadsheet and a matching to the enabling legislation. Any deviation is pointed out in a report which the State Treasurer's Office receives, and the State Treasurer's Office makes any corrections or amendments that are required. Having made those are resubmitted to MHP, who then sign off that everything is correct. Having done that, that information is supplied to the IFC for their further review, so that they can see that the package is in fact correct and been reviewed by external auditors. They then approve performance compensation. This committee, as well as CAPFIN, receive a memo from the treasurer, which goes through the process and goes through the performance numbers specifically, and all calculations are provided to both of those bodies. So in short, this is a process that is reviewed by multiple external bodies, by experts within the IFC, to ensure that not only are the benchmarks that are being selected appropriate, but that the calculations are appropriate and correct, and that the process has been fairly run. I would submit that that is a fairly robust process for the calculation of performance compensation.
Thank you. Very, very thorough and clear explanation. Questions from the committee about that process? And committee, this is really our purpose here. Is really to evaluate in this very limited capacity, is whether or not we need to do more to externally audit or verify whether or not the compensation being provided to our investment teams, both the Treasurer's Office and retirement, is appropriate and meets our satisfaction. So any further discussion on that topic, Co-Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So what we would like to have both of you entities do is something similar, if you recall, back in 2019 when we created the performance compensation process. We looked around and looked at how to develop and how much to pay performance compensation. So by doing that, when we did it, we looked at various other entities that do similar other type of endowment funds that have a performance compensation program, and how they calculate it, and and to determine exactly what is a reasonable amount and what the marketplace is bearing. And so, and this is a discussion we had with the governor's office. The purpose really of bringing this into an interim study is to go back and basically kind of do that analysis again and look at what other equivalent type of entities that perform the same function you do with a performance compensation program, and to measure our base pay and our percentage pay for the performance compensation and see and the precise type of investment that you're doing. So we, as close as we can to apples. And so what I'm going to ask you to do, and what I'd like you to do to put together in the next, before our next meeting, is to assimilate some of that data for us. The other thing that this committee will be discussing this afternoon before we break is looking into an independent entity that will kind of do the same thing for us. So that we have both your input as well as an independent input on what the appropriate amounts are. We just want to make sure that we're not overpaying, that we're not underpaying, and that the benchmarks that we're using are in fact the right benchmarks to use based upon on exactly how your construct is put together. So that when and if we're challenged on how much you're receiving, and because sooner or later that's gonna happen. Because particularly as you continually and regularly beat the benchmarks on a consistent basis, the first question that comes to mind is, can you beat them every single time? And does that tell us that perhaps the benchmarks are probably too easy? I don't know the answer to that. But we need to know the answers to that. And so that's what we would like to assimilate and get that data. So we would like your help doing it because the LSO doesn't have basically the expertise to know where to look and what to look at. But there is the background knowledge of what we did back in 2018, 2019 to set them. And if we go back and kind of look at that data, update it, and if you can help us do that, that will facilitate what we're going to do. So if you have any questions about that, or even if you have suggestions on who that independent body may be, or entities that perform that function, that would be useful as well.
Co-Chairman Nicholas, I'm looking at the priority topic for the Select Committee on CapFin and not wanting to waste my time on redoing JAC and CapFin meetings. Isn't that what the CapFin Committee is intended to do? And they can report back to JAC the same thing, but not duplicating efforts.
The answer is absolutely, because I keep forgetting on which hat I'm wearing or used to be wearing, but
So for purposes for this meeting here today and an hour allotted of time, we are simply here to evaluate whether or not there needs to be more checks and balances associated with the cutting of the checks of the performance compensation for our investment teams in both places. If that's an appropriate, if there needs more external audits, or if we're comfortable that they are being paid correctly and lawfully. It appears to be that there was no questions concerning that
I have a question,
reporting of information. Good. Okay, Senator Kinski.
and I don't know whether this is for Patrick or Sam or Dave, but on page 6 of the memo, staff talks about VestCore and GIPS, Global Investment Performance Standards, voluntary ethical standards for calculating and presenting investment performance based on principles of fair representation, full disclosure. Does GIPS add anything to our discussion, or is that just one more layer of acronym?
Yeah, I've looked at that in the past and I thought ideally we would be able to have that, but it's very complicated and expensive to do. And as if you look at the list on page 7 and 8 of what LSO provided, and they show a couple entities, South Dakota and Wisconsin, as being in partial compliance. There's no such thing as partial compliance. It would be like if you had a partial audit, still not audited. So I think we would probably qualify as being partially compliant with that, but not fully.
Madam Chairman, Senator Kinski, I would suggest that GIPS is a very good, very exacting standard that is perhaps aspirational. However, GIPS is a trademarked product of the CFA Institute. And the rules and regulations surrounding that require a dedication of staff and of cost and of time that are extremely onerous, and that originally it was not designed for asset owners. It was designed for investment managers to tell their clients that they actually observed some rules around the performance that they were reporting. I think on the asset owner side, it is much more common to be GIPS aware, i.e. generally aware of the rules, generally trying to follow responsible and prudent reporting rules that are transparent and fair, but not actually go to the expense and the time of being GIPS compliant. Because as our colleague has pointed out, there is no such thing as being partially GIPS compliant, a little GIPS compliant, a lot GIPS compliant. You're either fully compliant in an absolute administrative process or you are not. And most asset owners choose to be GIPS aware and adopt the spirit of GIPS, but not actually become GIPS compliant just because of the overhead.
Thank you.
Mr. Masadi, follow up there?
No follow-up, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Kinsky satisfied there? Any further questions? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there was one more slide that maybe gets to a question that was raised when I was reading through the memo. Should we be considering performance compensation for the non-investment staff? Thinking about the team holistically and your retention goals, knowing that there are a lot of people behind the scenes that support the success that you are bringing to the table. Thank you.
Madam Chairman and Representative Sherwood, thank you very much for that question. I do appreciate it greatly. The Treasurer's Office is, of course, incredibly appreciative of the legislature's support for the existing performance compensation plan. And that was a very significant first step in making sure that the investment team as a whole remained stable and could produce the returns required to meet their benchmarks. But we believe it's now time, and perhaps well past due, that we consider the next step and expand the PCP to include the financial accounting staff, by the way, which I am not one. So I'm not arguing for myself here. But the financial accounting staff, we believe, should participate in the plan. Your own analysis done by the LSO indicates that 3 of the 4 comparators that were cited in the memorandum dated June 19, 2023, in fact, paid their non-investment staff. And we also know for a fact that the one who says they officially do not has an unofficial policy of paying bonuses to their non-investment staff. So in a best case scenario, Wyoming is in the bottom quartile of the comparators. In a more realistic view, they are last. That's not a position that I would suggest you wish to be in. And I would also suggest that the analysis is in fact worse than it seems on its surface. Because in my view, and the view, by the way, of the State of Wisconsin Investment Board, the comparator universe is the wrong universe to be looking at. You're not solving the right problem. The problem is not that you're losing staff to Alaska. People aren't going to Juneau. You're not losing staff to Wisconsin. You're losing them to the private sector. And if you take a look at the private sector, it is absolutely standard operating procedure to provide non-investment staff that support the investors with bonuses. And so we have a situation now where because of the way the process works, we are losing financial accounting staff to the private sector at a substantial rate. We currently have just under 25% of our positions unfilled. They're unfilled because in part, we've had voluntary terminations for people who have joined private entities. And in at least 3 of those 4 in their exit interviews, they cited lack of incentive compensation. They might have termed it as bonus, but it was incentive compensation. And in at least 2 of the cases, the people who left were for lateral moves in terms of seniority and reasonably close pay. So we can really define that it is the investment compensation here that's damaging our ability to retain staff. Now, this is a particularly difficult issue for this particular set of employees, because they have a skill set that is very, very specific and very highly sought after. And that is specifically because the investment team at the state of Wyoming invests internally to a very large extent. So what does that mean? That means that that skill set required to support internal management of assets is taught and perfected within the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office with our staff. And as soon as you've done that, you've made them support staff for investment managers, because it's the exact same skill set. So you've recruited them, you've trained them, you've given them a skill set, and now they can take that skill set to any investment manager, any wealth manager, anywhere. And that leaves us at a disadvantage that I think runs risks that I think any prudent organization would feel were inappropriate, especially given the size of the portfolio that's being managed and the complexity of the assets which are being invested in and must be settled and reported on in a timely fashion. But I'd also like to talk about some of the benefits, if I might, of actually being able to retain staff and what that brings to the state. The first is we all have to recognize that operational staff impact investment performance. It's the back office's capacity, it's their agility, it's their flexibility and skill that allow the investment team the ability to settle and account for new investment strategies, new investment types, and to continue to evolve with the marketplace. Simply stated, a fully staffed and stable financial accounting team unlocks the opportunity of the investment team to provide superior returns. And to the extent that there is instability, you dampen returns. You cost the state money. I'd like to also talk about risk mitigation, benefits of risk mitigation. You know, humans make errors. All humans make errors. But humans operating a complex infrastructure made up of many spreadsheets and who are stressed and overworked because of a lack of staff are at risk of making more errors. Now, the group has processes in place to identify issues. Those processes are robust, and there are reconciliations upon reconciliations. But even with that, we're running risks that I think we can resolve by having a stable staff that allows the organization to not only support the current investments, but to automate their processes and further reduce the chance of error, further improve transparency for improved investment returns, as well as making more timely reporting. Lastly, my belief is that you will actually decrease costs. Because on the one hand, we all know about the costs associated with replacing headcount, whether it's recruitment, whether it's the management time or effort. But the real cost here is the opportunity cost of not being able to support the investment team when the next great asset type comes up, when the next great asset class comes up, when the next great opportunity comes up, that requires them to look at things differently and be able to learn that skill set in a timely manner. So in conclusion, I would just say that, you know, a performance compensation plan that is well articulated, easily understood, carefully constructive on quantitative and qualitative metrics should be put in place to retain a skilled and experienced and difficult to recruit and difficult to replace set of employees. And we look forward to the opportunity to discuss this further with you, perhaps in August.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Briefly, recognizing that this topic is outside the scope of what this committee is intending to do, knowing we have 9 topics today, 7 yesterday, and a full interim, and then a budget next session, going to keep our focus narrowly tailored to what Management Council has directed us to do, which is concerning whether or not the performance compensation with our investment team is properly evaluated, audited with external measures in place. I want to allow the opportunity for the retirement system briefly to follow up. We have a little bit of time. So Mr. Musadi, if you'd like to dovetail off of those comments. And then with that, we're going to wrap up this topic.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think certainly in theory, the idea that everyone within the organization that supports the investment group would get performance comp is appealing. I think that in practice, our concern would be that there's potentially a conflict of interest for certain positions. So for instance, with accountants, their job is to make sure everything's accurate. But then if they're getting a bonus, if there's outperformance, that's a potential conflict. So I think that's one of the things we worry about. And then also the issue of equity between different positions in the state. And if we're paying more for a certain position than other agencies, that might be problematic.
Yeah, I just follow up. We're a little different than Treasurer. We don't internally trade. We are asset allocators. We manage all of our assets externally. And so the board's view has always been performance compensation goes to those who evaluate managers and make those allocation decisions. We're kind of a mixed bag. The same people that will execute a capital call on behalf of the investment team to move money from one manager to another or whatever are the same people that move money to pay benefits. So we have efficiencies in that regard, and it's kind of hard to exclude those or separate those functions. The staff right now and the investment team doesn't have much dedicated middle and back office function. I think Sam does need an administrative operations officer, does need some additional back office support. And if we were to add those positions, then those positions would just be part of the investment team and they would be part of the decision-making process to facilitate that decision-making, and that might be more appropriate. So if we wanted to go their way, I think we could organize the investment team appropriately to avoid these conflicts that Sam pointed out. Most important thing probably is we probably need to get you some middle and back office support so we can have that discussion. With regard to pay, we can certainly provide information. We have provided information to LSO. We do 2 studies a year. We contract with CBIZ and we contract with the McLaughlin Group to do industry surveys to see what our compensation level is for chief investment officer, senior investment officer, analysts, and so on. In general, those latest studies, their latest ones are dated with October data, October 2022. They're usually annually. We can't have anything new to you by next year. Our base wages put us at about the 25th percentile in most of our positions. So not sort of bottom quarter, but at the top of the bottom quarter, if you will. And then performance pay gets us to median in most of those categories. Senior investment officers this season, just a little over median, maybe the 52nd percentile, but we can present that information to you if the committee needs that.
We look forward to hearing that later this year.
No.
Committee, any final questions before we close this topic and you go to lunch? Representative Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. appreciate the discussion and the information. The bottom line is, from your perspective, if you care to, could you highlight any deficiencies that you know of in our investment compensation program as it stands now?
Madam Chair, Representative Henderson, I'm aware of no issues with the way our performance compensation is calculated or any of the inputs as well. There's so many checks and double checks. It would be very difficult for that to happen. And I think to address Madam Chair's question from earlier about additional potential checks, just very briefly, the one probably definitive check you could make would be to hire one of the top accounting firms, one of the big three or big four, or however many there are. And they have tremendous resources in a variety of areas, and they have groups that focus on forensic accounting and financial fraud and that type of thing. And they could come in and look at every number. And when they're done, you'd be confident everything was done well. That's going to cost some money, though. I think that maybe an interim step to that, if you ever did want to go there, would be just having the state auditor's office go through and just verify that the process is actually being followed. That's one thing I'd recommend.
Helpful, thank you. Any further comments?
Madam Chairman, if I
Yes.
may.
Briefly.
Representative Henderson, I would say that I'm not aware of any flaws currently in the process, but I would also say that there always can be additional checks. And if this body or the legislature wishes to engage one of the big three to come in and look at that, they could. They could also be recalculated by an institution like Kroll. But I think that expenditure might be imprudent given the level of review that there currently is in place.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on this topic? Seeing none, public comment is closed, and so is this topic. Committee, we are just about back on time. We will come back for lunch at 1:15. Give a reasonable amount of time for a lunch break. So we'll be back at 1:15. The time currently is 12:05. Thank you for being here this morning. Look forward to seeing you again later this summer.